Chapter 1253. Speaking of the fox tribe, Xiaoyang immediately thought of the beautiful fox that he had rescued many years ago. He did not know if he could meet her here. It did not matter if he met her or not. What Xiaoyang cared about was whether or not he could complete the mission. "Benefactor, I will lead the way for you. I know how to get to the fox tribe," Elisa said excitedly, looking at Xiaoyang emotionally. She felt very lucky to be able to follow by Xiaoyang's side, and Li also hurriedly said, "I will find food for you and protect you." Actually, this reason was a bit exaggerated because her hunting ability was not very high. She had been caught by the eagle demons last time. Xiaoyang smiled and did not care about this, saying, "Then I will have to trouble the two cat warriors." The three of them continued on their way. Along the way, Li and Elisa would ask Xiaoyang questions about cultivation from time to time. Xiaoyang also carefully guided them. They absorbed very quickly. Their cultivation was rising at a visible speed. This made them very excited. Their expressions were full of joy. They were very grateful to Xiaoyang. After walking for a while, Elisa and Li, the two cat warriors, stopped. Xiaoyang looked at them in confusion, asking, "What is it?" Elisa and Li were silent for a moment, as if they thought of something bad. After a while, Li said, "Benefactor, in front is the territory of the ox tribe. Our cat tribe and the ox tribe can be said to be at odds with each other. Originally, the ox tribe came to the cat tribe to propose marriage, wanting to marry Elisa and me, and also said that they would help the cat tribe resist the eagle demons and other enemies. However, they secretly cooperated with the eagle demons. Their goal was to force our cat warriors to marry out. This way, the cat tribe's fighting strength would be weakened, making it easier for the eagle demons to attack." Elisa said, "The ox tribe, I hate their scheming." And Li sighed and said, "Perhaps we can only send you here. As long as we pass by the ox tribe and walk for half a day, we will reach the fox tribe's territory. I believe the fox tribe will take good care of you." The cat clan had already broken ties with the ox clan. The ox clan would not welcome them either. If they found out that they had stepped into the ox clan's territory, the ox clan would definitely take the opportunity to capture them. At that time, the cat clan would not be able to do anything. After all, the ox clan was a big clan, more powerful than the cat clan and the eagle clan combined. It was said that the ox clan's patriarch was Wu Zun's level 7 almighty, which was something they couldn't fight against. Xiaoyang frowned. He did not expect Elisa and Li to encounter such a situation. He said calmly, "Come with me. Let's walk over openly like this. Don't worry, I'm going to attract the ox clan's monsters over. Then, I'll wipe them out one by one to avenge you." Elisa's and Li's eyes lit up as they stared at Xiaoyang with infatuated eyes. However, they did not agree, and their expressions were still somewhat hesitant. Elisa said, "Benefactor, the ox clan is not to be underestimated. They have experts and also know a set of joint attack formations. They are very powerful, and even our cat clan does not dare to provoke them. Don't be careless." According to Elisa's judgment, Xiaoyang's strength should be slightly stronger than hers, but not too strong. He should not be a match for the ox clan's patriarch. This was her judgment based on the cultivation that Xiaoyang had displayed many years ago. She did not know that during this period of time, Xiaoyang's cultivation speed was very fast. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had progressed by leaps and bounds. Xiaoyang chuckled and comforted them. "Just focus on attracting the ox clan's monsters over. You don't have to worry about the rest. Leave everything to me. Don't worry, I won't treat your lives as a joke, nor will I treat my own life as a joke." Elisa and Li looked at each other. After thinking about it, they decided to give it a try. "Then let's continue forward openly. They will definitely have spies in their own territory. I believe that they will soon discover us and inform the ox clan's army to send their battle strength over." Elisa analyzed. Thus, the three of them stepped into the ox clan's territory. They had not gone in for long when Xiaoyang smelled the unique scent of the ox clan. After walking for a short distance, Xiaoyang sensed the Ox clan's hidden sentries and spies. Their disguises were also very crude. As long as one was careful, they would be discovered. However, Xiaoyang did not plan to capture them. Instead, he let them leave. If he guessed correctly, they should have returned to their clan to report this matter. He also believed that they would quickly send their Ox clan warriors over. After one of the Ox clan's monsters left, the remaining Ox clan's monster stayed behind to keep watch. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "The Ox clan has already discovered us. Hey, they have set up a hidden sentry there." Elisa and Onli immediately became nervous. Following the direction that Xiaoyang was pointing, they immediately saw that there was something strange about the mountainside. The Ox clan's monster that stayed behind to keep watch thought that Xiaoyang's group would not discover him. He was calmly watching them. In the end, he was pointed at by Xiaoyang. This gave him a fright. He also did not dare to believe it. How did he get discovered? However, even if he was discovered, it was nothing. This Ox clan's monster called Ox 5 had the strength of Wu Zun. Even if it was a one-on-one fight, he would not be afraid of anyone. At most, he would just run away if he could not win. We were actually discovered. This human is truly terrifying. He actually has such shocking observation skills. Ox 5 narrowed his eyes, pondering if he should make a move. He was worried that if he did not stop Xiaoyang's group, then these three prey would escape. Among them, Elisa and Onli were the ones that he wanted to snatch. Previously, when he used the Eagle clan to deal with the Cat clan, he had already revealed this thought. Now that these two beautiful Cat clan warriors had personally come to the Ox clan's territory, Ox 5 would not let them go no matter what. In any case, even if he captured them with the Cat clan's current strength, they would not dare to take them back. As for Xiaoyang, this human, Ox 5 was unable to determine. Logically speaking, all life forms in the Devil region were beasts. However, what the hell was this human in front of him? He actually dared to walk openly in the Devil region, and even had female Cat clan warriors accompanying him. Elisa asked, "Benefactor, should we first wipe out the Ox clan when they're alone?" Xiaoyang replied calmly, "That will depend on your intentions. I don't mind. Anyway, if we wipe them out, then so be it. One of the Ox clan has already returned to report. Sooner or later, we will have to face the Ox clan." Onli said, "Then let's make a move first. If we can reduce the Ox clan's strength, then let's do so. Facing their numbers, the pressure will be huge. We will not be able to handle it." Thus, the two female Cat clan warriors directly charged towards Ox 5, who was halfway up the mountain. Xiaoyang just stood there calmly. His hands were crossed in front of his chest, leisurely and lazy. Chapter 1254. With regards to trash like Niuwu, Xiaoyang could destroy him with a single glance. However, he wasn't in a hurry to kill him. He would let Elisa and Onli train first. It wasn't a bad idea to temper his will to battle. Only by constantly fighting would he be able to improve his will. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and narrowed them, watching calmly. No matter what, he wouldn't let Elisa and Onli suffer any fatal injuries. Niuwu, who was nesting there, had obviously discovered that he had been exposed. Moreover, he had also sensed Elisa and Onli's hostility. He furrowed his brows and his huge eyeballs spun. Very quickly he made a decision. He suddenly stood up and rushed out of his hiding spot. He released a powerful aura and calmly faced Elisa and Onli. "Elisa, Onli, long time no see. I, Niuwu, haven't even gone to the cat race, and you guys can't wait to look for me. Are you guys so eager and impatient?" Pui, dog thief. Elisa and Onli were furious when they heard Niuwu's words. They were all pristine beauties and had always been reserved. "Niuwu, your Niu race doesn't have good intentions. You are so short and ugly, and you want to marry our beautiful cat race female warriors? You must be dreaming. Now, hand over your life to take revenge for the previous grudge." Elisa coldly snorted and released an astonishing amount of demonic power. The demonic power was like a shock wave and instantly bombarded the hiding place of Danwu. Along with a loud explosion, a huge crater was created at the place where Danwu was hiding. Danwu was instantly enraged. This was his temporary home. After living here for so long, he had some feelings for it. Now, it was destroyed just like that. Good, good, good. Elisa, you have guts. No wonder you are so arrogant. So your demonic energy has increased by quite a bit. However, you think you can be arrogant just because of this? Now, I will let you see how powerful I am. Danwu was so angry that his veins were popping out. He flew into a rage, and his huge eyes were bloodshot. After cursing, he suddenly released his demonic energy and instantly attacked Elisa. Elisa was shocked. Her eyelids trembled as she felt an intense threat. She immediately used her movement technique and quickly escaped to the side. Danwu's demonic power didn't hit Elisa. It hit the nearby tree, directly blowing up the tree that needed 6 people to wrap their arms around it. Danwu, you're despicable. How dare you bully Elisa? I'll show you how powerful I am. And Li gave a cold snort. Her demonic power had already accumulated and was about to explode. She took advantage of the moment when Danwu had just released his demonic power and was about to unleash a demonic power attack. Her demonic power was green, visible to the naked eye. A green ball of light suddenly blasted towards Danwu. This ball of light contained a terrifying, explosive power, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Danwu's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart skipped a beat, and his breathing stopped. Damn it, he was focused on dealing with Elisa earlier and neglected Enli's existence. He was going to suffer now. Danwu's eyes flickered as he hurriedly took out a flag. Under his control, the flag instantly expanded and protected him. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The green light dispersed in all directions, and a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions, directly destroying more than half of the mountain. Looking at Danwu, he was actually safe and sound. Danwu removed the flag and checked his injuries. He could not help but laugh out loud and excitedly said, "Enli, your demonic power is useless against me, ha! This time you guys are dead for sure." Danwu's aura soared into the sky as his eyes revealed ruthlessness. If not for this defensive treasure, he would definitely have been injured earlier. Thus, his killing intent was also activated. He suddenly roared and stood on the spot. The 2 bull horns on his head released 2 lightning bolts, respectively attacking Elisa and Enli. This caused Elisa and Enli to jump in fright. This was the power of lightning, one of the nemesis of the demonic beasts. This was because when they were going through their tribulation, they would encounter the power of lightning. If they failed, they would disappear. Thus, they had a huge shadow in their hearts towards the power of lightning and were instinctively afraid of it. Elisa and Enli did not have any defensive treasures. Their cat race was not a rich race. At least they could not be compared to a large race like the bull race. "Quickly dodge, Enli," Elisa hurriedly reminded Enli and immediately used her nimble movement technique to dodge. Just as she left her original spot, the place she was originally standing on was struck by the lightning, causing dust to fly everywhere. Enli rolled to the side. She was hit by the shockwave of the explosion. "Enli, are you all right?" Elisa quickly came to Enli's side and checked her injuries. Enli frowned. Her expression was one of pain. Her face was pale white as she said, "I'm fine." Danwu laughed out loud. He was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He then patted his chest, letting out a pung 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 sound as if he was declaring his prestige. "Elisa, Enli, you guys are dead for sure, unless you surrender to me and become my demonic beasts." Danwu was extremely excited. He was proud of his ability. Elisa and Enli's faces were ashen. Their expressions were stubborn as they snorted. "Don't even think about it, Danwu. We swear that we will not submit to you even if we die." Courting death. Danwu snorted. His expression was filled with dissatisfaction. After which, he shook his head again and gathered his demonic power on the bull horns on his head, releasing the power of lightning through the bull horns. Boom, boom. 2 terrifying lightning bolts shot out once again, directly attacking Elisa and Enli. Elisa and Enli were both terrified. They had no way to deal with the power of lightning. Xiaoyang shook his head and slowly walked forward. Don't look at how slow his steps were. In truth, each step covered over 30 meters, instantly arriving in front of Elisa and Enli. He raised one hand and lightly grabbed, directly grabbing the snake-shaped lightning bolt in his hand. This scene landed in the eyes of Elisa and Li and Niuwu, causing them to be so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. Oh my God! Their benefactor was actually not afraid of lightning and could even catch him. This was too inconceivable. Niuwu was also so frightened that he was trembling. Even he, the source of the lightning, did not dare to touch it. The might of the lightning, he had personally experienced it. It directly caused him to be heavily injured, and he had to rest for half a year before recovering. It was also because of this that he knew how powerful the power of lightning was. From then on, he used the power of lightning to attack his enemies. Therefore, he also made a big name for himself in this area. At least, the surrounding races didn't dare to provoke the Ox tribe easily. Only the Ox tribe would bully the weak. But he did not expect that this human in front of him could actually catch his lightning. This was terrifying. Just how high of a cultivation did he have to be able to do this? Chapter 1255. At the very least, from what Niuwu knew, even the Patriarch would not be able to do such a thing. One must know that the Patriarch was much stronger than them. After Xiaoyang caught the snake-shaped lightning, his lips curled up into a cold smile. Then he casually threw the lightning in his hand back, directly hitting Niuwu's body. Niuwu was scared out of his wits. His eyes almost rolled to the back of his head. His entire body was trembling and his legs were shaking. Ever since he was tested by the power of lightning, he did not dare to touch lightning anymore. Today he actually shot himself in the foot. His own lightning was used to attack himself. My God, can you not play like this? Oh. Niuwu let out a series of miserable cries. Then his entire body was entangled by the power of lightning, causing his entire body to tremble and foam to come out of his mouth. He could only cry out in pain. In the end, he fell onto the ground and did not move anymore. Wah! Benefactor, you are so powerful. Benefactor, how did you do that? Elisa and Enli did not dare to believe it. They were extremely curious about Xiaoyang's ability. Xiaoyang smiled and said, You guys, your battle experience is still lacking. You need to train more. If not, you will be at a disadvantage. Elisa and Enli lowered their heads in shame. Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said, This martial technique is only a basic martial technique. It is very simple and is called the Imperial Lightning Technique. Of course, there are also profound lightning techniques, like the Nine Heavens Lightning Technique. But you guys are unable to train in them, unless you can completely transform and hide the cat ears on your head. Elisa and Enli were slightly disappointed. They originally thought that they could still learn such a skill. They did not know how long they would have to wait for them to completely transform. Xiaoyang looked at their oval faces and smiled. Okay, I can change the basic martial technique, the Imperial Lightning Technique. It will be more suitable for you monster race to train in. Really? Benefactor, you are really too good. Elisa and Onli were extremely excited. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they looked at Xiaoyang with joy. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gestured for them to be quiet and said, All right, you guys protect me from the side. I'm going to make some changes. In a while, the Ox tribe's reinforcements will arrive. You guys have to be prepared to deal with them. All right, leave it to us. Elisa and Onli excitedly agreed. As soon as they thought of being able to cultivate the Imperial Lightning Technique and be able to control the power of thunder and lightning like Xiaoyang, they were so excited that their blood boiled. Even if they had to make more sacrifices, It would be worth it. After Xiaoyang sat cross-legged in meditation, he pondered over the imperial lightning art. Then he released his divine sense and observed the cat race characteristics of Elisa and Onli, such as their bloodline, structure, meridians, and the flow of demonic energy. Then he began to modify the simplified version of the imperial lightning spell, trying his best to modify it into a cultivation method suitable for them. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Xiaoyang completed the transformation. Although the power of the imperial lightning spell was reduced a little after the modification, it was still very practical. "All right, Elisa, only you guys come over." Xiaoyang looked at his masterpiece and lightly smiled. He had already recorded the modified version of the imperial lightning spell into the jade slip. "We're coming." Elisa and Onli were extremely excited. After hearing the sound, they immediately rushed toward Xiaoyang, their hearts surging. After waiting for them to arrive, Xiaoyang passed the jade slip to them and said, "You guys cover the contents of the jade slip and cultivate. It's very simple. It's just the transfer of your demonic energy. I'll help you guys guard. You guys can cultivate without worry." "All right. Thank you, benefactor." Elisa and Onli were extremely excited, wishing that they could immediately learn this imperial lightning spell. They impatiently sat down cross-legged and cultivated this modified version of the imperial lightning spell. As soon as they started cultivating, they felt that this imperial lightning spell seemed to be tailor-made for them. It was very easy, very natural, and when they cultivated it, they would get twice the result with half the effort. In less than half a cup of tea's time, they had already grasped the circulation route, but they were still not very familiar with it. After Elisa and Onli finished cultivating, they roared and pushed out with their hands. Immediately, 2 snake-shaped lightning bolts were released, striking the big tree in the distance. Those 2 big trees exploded with a bang and then fell down. The direction of the fall was right above Elisa and Onli. Both Eliza and were horrified by this. This was simply reaping what they sowed. Of all places to hit, they just had to hit the tree in front of them. Xiaoyang did not know whether to laugh bitterly. He secretly used the greater teleportation technique and directly moved the fallen tree away. This allowed Elisa and Onli to avoid a calamity. They said in shock, "Why did the big tree suddenly fly over there? If they followed the trajectory just now, they would definitely be smashed to the point of confusion." But they did not expect that, in the next moment, the big tree would automatically fly to the front. That's right, it must be Benefactor's ability. After Elisa and Onli thought it through, they were pleasantly surprised and excited, especially Elisa, who was the most shocked. She originally thought that Xiaoyang was at most a little stronger than her. After all, when they met that year, Xiaoyang was only a martial master. But she did not expect that Xiaoyang's ability was actually so strong and strange. It was inconceivable. From this, it could be seen that Xiaoyang's cultivation was definitely much stronger than hers. "Benefactor, was it you who made a move just now?" "Thank you, Benefactor, for saving us." Elisa and Onli stood up and walked in front of Xiaoyang. They held Xiaoyang's hand and were happy and grateful. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "You guys are like children not paying attention. Benefactor, we can release lightning. Have we already grasped the imperial lightning art?" Elisa and Onli were very excited. They really did not expect that one day they would be able to grasp the power of lightning. This was something that they did not even dare to think about in the past. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "You guys are still far from grasping the power of lightning. Don't think that the imperial lightning art is just a basic cultivation technique. It is also profound and profound. If you can comprehend the principles within, you can also transform into a bolt of lightning." Wow! Transform into a bolt of lightning? How terrifying would that be? After Elisa and Onli heard this, their eyes widened. They felt that it was inconceivable. Then their hands were empty. They immediately realized that Xiaoyang had disappeared. When they looked over, they saw a bolt of lightning beside them. Ah, it gave them a fright. They hurriedly moved further away, afraid that they would be attacked by the lightning, because the aura of this bolt of lightning was very terrifying. It was like the might of the heavens. The lightning released by Niu earlier was simply unbearable to look at. It did not even have the qualifications to be compared. Xiaoyang returned to his human form from the lightning state. He smiled and said, "You guys have seen it. This is the scene of transforming into lightning." After comprehending the basic cultivation technique, the Imperial Lightning Art, there is the more profound Nine Heavens Lightning Art. So you guys have to learn it. Chapter 1256. Elisa and Onli were so ashamed that their faces turned red. Xiaoyang curled his lips and said, "Didn't you guys just learn the Imperial Lightning Art? The moment you saw the lightning, you actually ran away immediately. How disappointing." Sorry, benefactor, we have disappointed you." Elisa and Onli were even more ashamed and blamed themselves. Xiaoyang did not have the intention to scold them and said, "You guys continue to practice and see if you can catch this lightning." He waved his hand and directly condensed a bolt of lightning. The lightning floated in the air, and there was a small black cloud condensing around it. Elisa and Enli's eyes widened again as they looked at Xiaoyang in shock. To be able to casually condense lightning and make it float in the air for such a long time, what kind of cultivation did he have to be able to do that? They were filled with respect for Xiaoyang. "Okay, we will work hard." Elisa and Onli immediately agreed and then continued to cultivate the Imperial Lightning Art, trying to catch the lightning in front of them. It should be considered a success as long as they caught it. As they circulated the Imperial Lightning Art, they immediately felt the essence of the lightning. Then, according to the method Xiaoyang taught them, they slowly grabbed out. With one grab, they actually did not catch it. It was not that the lightning dodged, but that their palms passed through it. Because this lightning did not have a physical body, if they tried to catch it, they would be catching a profound law. Only by comprehending this law could they use it. After they failed once, they did not give up and continued to comprehend the Imperial Lightning Art. After comprehending to a certain level, they felt that their understanding of the power of lightning had deepened by another level. Only then did they reach out their hands and grab out. With one grab, they actually caught the lightning in front of them. This made Elisa and Onli extremely excited. Their small faces revealed joyful smiles, and even the wagging of their tails increased. "Benefactor, we have succeeded." They grabbed the snake-shaped lightning in their hands and were extremely excited. This was a kind of achievement and satisfaction. "And you guys are not bad. Your comprehension ability is outstanding." Xiaoyang praised them. This made their hearts feel more at ease, and they revealed satisfied smiles. Xiaoyang said again, "Now try to use this lightning to attack." "Okay." Elisa and Enli once again operated the Imperial Lightning Art, attempting to throw out the snake-shaped lightning in their hands. When they cultivated the Imperial Lightning Art, they were also able to shoot out lightning. The principle must be similar. The serpentine lightning instantly shot into the distance, blasting a small crater into the hillside in the distance. "Wow, we did it!" Hoyer, Elisa, and Enli were overjoyed, jumping up and down on the spot. The Imperial Lightning Art taught by Xiaoyang was really too powerful. It was easy to learn and had great power. Xiaoyang nodded and said, "Very good. If you still want to learn the high-level 9 Heavens Thunder technique, then you have to continue comprehending it until you can transform into a bolt of lightning. Then you can learn even higher-level techniques." "Yes, we'll remember that." Elisa and Onli shouted excitedly. They couldn't wait to enter a higher realm of comprehension, so they immediately adjusted their moods and entered the state of cultivation again. Xiaoyang glanced at them, feeling that they could be taught. But it was a pity that now wasn't a suitable time to cultivate, because his divine sense had already detected the arrival of a large group of ox warriors. He even recognized one of them. It was Niu Lu who informed him. In just a short while, Niu Lu and the rest of the ox warriors arrived in front of Xiaoyang. They surrounded him. Elisa and Onli immediately stopped cultivating. They nervously stood up and stared at these ox warriors with a bit of fear. Young patriarch, look, Niu Lu was right. 2 beautiful female cat warriors and a human cultivator. Niu Lu hurriedly shouted to the young patriarch of the ox race. This could be considered a great merit. The young patriarch of the ox race, ACI, grinned and shook his tail. He used his furry hands to touch the ox horns on his head and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. Niu Lu, you did well. I'll record this merit. After we take down these prey, I'll reward you." "Oh right, where's Niu Wu?" Niu Lu laughed and said, "Many thanks, young patriarch. Niu Wu is halfway up the mountain. He's in charge of keeping watch, and I'll go back and inform him. I'll call him down now." Niu Lu shouted in the direction of halfway up the mountain, "Niu Wu, you can come down now." The young patriarch brought the warriors here. After shouting a few more times, there was no movement from halfway up the mountain. ACI looked at Niu Lu suspiciously. Niu Lu was somewhat embarrassed and said, "I'll go take a look." After getting closer, he saw that the previous temporary shack was blown to pieces, and there was even a large hole. And not far away, Niu Wu was lying there motionless. Niu Wu, how are you feeling? What happened?" Niu Lu immediately ran to Niu Wu's position and shook the unconscious Niu Wu. After shaking him for a long time, Niu Wu didn't show any signs of waking up. He simply carried Niu Wu on his back and ran down the mountain. He came to Yasa's side and said, "Young patriarch, Niu Wu is unconscious. It seems like he was struck by lightning." Yas was flabbergasted. Bull 5 had been knocked unconscious by his lightning once. After that incident, he didn't dare to play with lightning again. How could he be knocked unconscious again? This was a critical moment in front of a great enemy. "He's too immature." Yasi furrowed his brows and cursed. Then he ordered, "Don't worry about Niu Wu. Focus on the prey first. We must capture them alive." He was very concerned about Elisa and Onli. These 2 female feline warriors were rare beauties. "Understood," Niu Lu replied. Then he waved his hand and led the ox warriors forward step by step. When they were 10 meters away from Xiaoyang, Elisa and Onli, they stopped and shouted, "Elisa, Onli, we have seen your portraits. You are felines of the cat race. If you obediently surrender and submit to our ox race, we won't kill you. As for this human cultivator, he can only obediently become our food." Elisa and Onli were furious. They didn't need to look to know what evil thoughts they had. Moreover, they wanted to target Xiaoyang. This was something they wouldn't allow. "Ox race, don't even think about it. Let me tell you, you better obediently move aside. Otherwise, you will be in for a good show." Elisa's face was cold as she shouted unyieldingly. The young patriarch of the ox race snorted and walked forward. Looking at the stubborn Elisa, he said indifferently, "Elisa, you have a lot of personality. I like you a lot. However, my patience is limited. If you don't know what's good for you, I don't mind letting you die. Bring it on. We're not afraid of you." Onli scolded. "You don't know the difference between life and death. Fine, we will fulfill your wish." The young patriarch of the ox race snorted. He waved his hand and said, "Go, release the power of lightning for me. Blast them until they are heavily injured. If we don't teach them a lesson, how will they know what fear is?" "Young patriarch is wise," Niu Lu complimented. Then he said loudly, "Release the power of lightning together." When the ox warriors heard this, they all circulated their demonic energy. Then they condensed their demonic energy on the 2 ox horns on their head. The ox horns flickered with lightning, and then a snake-shaped lightning shot out. Chapter 1257. The serpentine lightning was terrifying and powerful. It flickered with a dazzling light. If one was hit, they would either die or be crippled. No one dared to underestimate it. When Elisa and Onli saw more than 10 snake-shaped lightning bolts flying towards them. They were also nervous for a moment. Their faces were a bit pale, their expressions were tense, and their pupils contracted. They even instinctively took a step back. Sensing that Xiaoyang was behind them, they calmed down and no longer felt fear. Xiaoyang was like their spiritual support. As long as Xiaoyang was there, he would create miracles, and they could use their abilities without worry. Humph, yes, watch our Imperial Lightning art. After Elisa and Onli calmed down, they immediately used the Imperial Lightning art they just learned. They raised their hands and grabbed at the incoming serpentine lightning. With one grab, they were caught by the serpentine lightning. This made Elisa and Onli excited for a while. The Imperial Lightning art their benefactor taught them was really useful. Their lips curled into a mocking smile. They sneered at Yas and said with disdain, "Yas, it's your turn to see how powerful we are." With that said, Elisa and Onli immediately threw the serpentine lightning back at them. Boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded out as the powerful serpentine lightning bolts exploded beside the Ox Warriors. Some of the Ox Warriors could not dodge in time and were struck by the lightning bolts. Their bodies trembled nonstop, and in the end, they foamed the mouth and fell to the ground, motionless. Even though there were a few Ox Tribe warriors who managed to dodge, the lightning energy was too violent and ferocious. It directly blasted a huge crater in the vicinity, and huge shock waves swept over, sending them flying. At the same time, smoke and dust filled the air around them, causing them to be covered in dust and grime. They were in an extremely sorry state. In just one round, Yas, Niu, and the rest of the Ox Warriors had lost more than half of their fighting strength. Yas said in shock, "Elisa, only you. How can you know the Imperial Lightning art? How can you control my tribe's technique? Damn it." Niu's body was also trembling. His heart was filled with fear. Looking at his companions, his expression became ugly. He trembled as he said, "Young master, this battle is not good. Let's retreat first and ask the Patriarch to come. He will definitely be able to take them down." Yi thought about it. What Bull 6 said made sense. This kind of martial technique that specialized in restraining the Ox clan should not exist in the demon realm. Otherwise, their Ox clan would definitely be tortured to death. However, he didn't have the confidence to take down Elisa and his own life might be in danger. After thinking for a moment, he shouted to Niu, "You guys, keep an eye on them. Don't let them run away. I'll go back and inform the Patriarch to bring more warriors here. If we succeed, you'll be rewarded greatly." Then, without waiting for Niu and the other Ox Warriors to react, he immediately ran away. Niu and the other Ox Warriors were about to cry. They could tell that Yas was abandoning the Rook to save the king. If the mission failed, they would definitely be the ones to be punished. If the mission succeeded, Yas would definitely get first-class credit. This was the sorrow of being a subordinate. Niu was uneasy. His trembling became even more intense. His tail was shaking uneasily. He subconsciously took 2 steps back to let the Ox Warriors gather together. It seemed like this would increase his courage. He shouted, "Elisa, and don't be reckless. Let me tell you, you're dead. In a while, the Patriarch will bring the Ox Warriors here. You can only beg for mercy. So, if you don't hurt us, we will definitely beg for mercy for you." Elisa and Onli kept sneering. They hated the Ox clan, who asked the Ox clan to scheme against them. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and immediately abandoned their nest. Otherwise, the entire cat clan would have been killed by them. Elisa said, "Niu, if you guys don't make a move, then we will," and used the Imperial Lightning art and used her demon chi to condense a bolt of lightning. With a crackling sound, she threw it at Niu. Niu was so scared that his liver and gallbladder trembled. He shouted, "Attack, attack." Immediately after, he was struck by the lightning. His entire body was trembling from the electricity as he let out a sound. In the end, he fell to the ground. The other ox warriors were terrified. They could only use their demon chi to release streaks of snake-shaped lightning to attack. They had no other choice. Elisa and Annan were excited. Using the Imperial Lightning Art, they once again caught the snake-shaped lightning and fiercely attacked. They once again blasted them into a mess and were utterly defeated. "Humph, I'll take your demon pearls so that you won't harm us." After Anli and Elisa defeated them, they immediately walked up and used their demon chi to take away the demon pearls in their bodies. Things like demon pearls would normally be formed in places with dense demon chi. Other than that, the demon clan's demon cultivators would also condense demon pearls. Their demon chi basically relied on the demon pearls to activate. Once their demon pearls were taken away, they would be crippled. They wouldn't be able to use their demon chi anymore, and could only be an ordinary member of the Ox clan. "Benefactor, we don't have any use for these demon pearls. We'll give them all to you. I heard that demon pearls are very rare in the human cultivation world." Elisa held the demon pearls that she collected and stuffed them all into Xiao Yang's hands, and was the same. Xiao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry and accepted the demon pearls. "All right, then I'll accept them. It's rare for you guys to have such good intentions. Don't worry. I'll definitely help you guys with the enmity between the Ox clan and your Cat clan." Xiao Yang gave his guarantee. This allowed Elisa and Onli to breathe a sigh of relief. Although they had grasped the Imperial Lightning Art and could defeat most of the Ox clan's warriors, there was still an expert in the Ox clan. That was the Ox clan's patriarch Yalong. That was a true expert. His cultivation realm far exceeded theirs. They didn't have the confidence to defeat him. However, with Xiao Yang's help, they would definitely win. "Many thanks, Benefactor. Our Cat clan will definitely remember your kindness." Elisa and shed tears of gratitude. Not long after, Yas, Yalong, and the rest of the Ox clan's warriors came one after another. This time, the number of Ox clan's warriors was 3 times more than before. There were at least 60 Ox clan's warriors. This was a terrifying force. At the very least, the Cat clan couldn't bring out so many warriors at once. When they came closer, Yas said, "Lord Father, look, it's them. They can control lightning and use it to attack us. This is the bane of our Ox clan. We can't let them go easily. Otherwise, our Ox clan will be in danger." The Ox clan's patriarch Yalong looked around. From the potholes and the unconscious Ox clan's warriors, he could tell that it was indeed caused by the power of lightning. Chapter 1258. He could not help but be shocked, as he did not dare to believe that Elisa and Onli could control the power of lightning. Following that, his expression became serious. If Elisa and Onli could control lightning, then it would be very hard to deal with them, especially if this method of controlling lightning was spread throughout the cat race. Then it would be the nemesis of their Ox race. They had to be on guard against it. Yalong's expression became more and more ugly as his face turned ashen. His eyeballs moved left and right with a cold glint. He coldly asked, "Elisa, only if you are willing to hand over this method of controlling lightning, I can promise not to kill you." Elisa and Onli sneered as they looked at Yalong with ridicule. Based on their understanding of Yalong, sometimes not killing him was more terrifying than killing him because he would make them wish they were dead. If they really handed over the Imperial Lightning Art, everyone knew the importance of this Imperial Lightning Art. Yalong's expression sunk once again. He could tell from Elisa and Onli's expression their attitude. "Since you are not going to cooperate, then I will just enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of you heaven-defying evildoers." Yalong said fiercely. Their Ox race was good at releasing lightning attacks. If the Cat race could control lightning, then to Yalong and the other Ox race, they would be evildoers. Elisa said, "Yalong, Ox race's patriarch, we have no intention to offend you. We just want to pass by here. If you continue to be unreasonable, then don't blame us for being impolite. If it was not necessary, She did not want to cause a conflict with the ox race, even though they could restrain the ox race to a large extent. Yalong sneered, "Elisa, don't be naive. Unless you hand over this method of controlling lightning, you can only die." It seemed like there was no room for discussion. Elisa's face also turned cold, and her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Onli's body was also tense as she looked at Yalong with vigilance. In this enemy camp, only the semi-dragon was worthy of attention. The rest were all random cats and dogs, not too important. At least after grasping the Imperial lightning art, they could deal with them. Yalong, then bring it on. Our cat race has never thought of being your enemy, but you are forcing us step by step. We are not afraid of you. Onli shouted loudly. Yalong narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Niu Lu immediately came over and said respectfully, "Patriarch, what orders do you have?" Yalong instructed, "Niu Lu, you are an elite warrior of the Ox tribe, a hero of the Ox tribe. We all think highly of you." Niu Lu immediately puffed out his chest, revealing a ferocious and powerful look. Being praised by the patriarch was a kind of glory. Wyvern said, "Even though all of you have talked about their ability to control lightning, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, nor have I experienced it myself. So, I want you to release the energy of lightning to attack them and see what they're capable of." Niu Lu was dumbfounded. His expression stiffened. His heart trembled. There was no other way. He had already been ravaged by the power of lightning. If he wasn't lucky, he would have been blasted into a bloody mist. Now that the patriarch wanted him to do such a thing, he instinctively wanted to refuse and resist. However, the gazes of the numerous ox warriors were focused on him, as if they were placing great expectations on him. He, who had just received such praise, could not bear to reject it. After all, it wasn't easy to raise one's prestige among the ox warriors. All right. Niu Lu reluctantly agreed. His expression was a little angry. He knew that if he tried to probe, he would have to pay a heavy price. "Elisa! Onli, I want to take revenge for my companions. Watch me." Niu Lu walked a little further away. After roaring, he immediately circulated his demonic energy and condensed it on the ox horns on his head. After that, he condensed a serpent-shaped lightning and instantly attacked Elisa. Elisa coldly snorted. Her expression was as cold as ice, like an ice beauty. Seeing the serpent-shaped lightning attack, she immediately circulated the Imperial lightning art. Under the effect of her demonic energy, she could easily catch this bolt of lightning. After that, she retaliated with a backhand attack. The serpent-shaped lightning seemed to have intelligence as it directly attacked Niu Lu. No matter how Niu Lu dodged, he couldn't dodge it. In the end, only a miserable cry was heard. Niu Lu was hit by the lightning. His entire body was trembling. White foam came out of his mouth. In the end, he fell straight to the ground. So it's like this. Wyvern saw this scene and immediately knew Elisa and Onli's counterattack. He lamented, "This ability to control lightning is truly the nemesis of the ox race. However, it's not like there's no way to deal with it." He glanced at the ox race warriors and said, "Warriors, you are all the pride of the ox race. The ox race's homeland still needs you to protect. Your family and friends are still waiting for you at home. If you can't take them down today, then one day your homeland will be destroyed by them. So for ourselves, for our homeland, we must take down Elisa and Onli." Many ox race warriors were shaken. They released a strong battle intent. After all, they were very easy to bewitch. Yas was a little uneasy. He asked in a low voice, "Lord Father, they know how to control lightning. How do we deal with them?" Wyvern said, "Ox race warriors, we don't need to use the power of lightning to attack. We can still take them down with our physical body and martial arts. Attack with me. We have more people. Go." With an order, Wyvern took the lead and rushed to the front line. He was originally the #1 expert of the ox race. He was never afraid of war. "Elisa, only this time this patriarch will personally take action. Let's see what other methods you have." Wyvern shouted and took out a magic treasure. It was a heavy rod. He directly swept it towards Elisa and Onley. Elisa and Onley were a little afraid. They hurriedly used their movement techniques to dodge. Then they immediately used the Imperial Lightning art and condensed lightning to attack Wyvern. Although the Ox Race warriors did not use lightning attacks, they could condense lightning on their own. 2 snake-shaped lightning bolts instantly shot towards Wyvern. Wyvern's pupils shrunk. He was a little afraid and did not dare to fight head-on. As the patriarch of the Ox Race, he naturally knew the terror of the power of lightning. Even if he was the #1 expert of the Ox Race, he could not take it down. When Wyvern dodged, the Ox Race warriors behind him suffered a calamity. Because Wyvern in front blocked their line of sight, when they saw the snake-shaped lightning attack, they could not dodge in time. Crackle, crackle. Boom! 2 snake-shaped lightning bolts rushed into the group of Ox Race warriors. There was a burst of electricity and explosion. Many Ox Race warriors let out miserable howls. Then they lost their fighting strength. And after Elisa and Onley released the first lightning, they could not continue to release the second lightning in a short period of time. Chapter 1259. Using this bit of time, the Wyvern instantly closed in on them. Relying on the pressure and aura that exceeded his cultivation by 2 to 3 realms, he easily injured Elisa and Onley. Elisa and Onley were both hit by his fists, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood as their bodies flew out. Bang, bang. They landed on both sides of Xiaoyang, causing the ground to tremble, raising a cloud of dust. Reckless things. The Wyvern defeated Elisa and Onley in one move, letting out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Elisa and Onley still had other terrifying methods. However, that was the end of everything. Relying on his experience and cultivation that was 3 realms higher, he finally settled the battle. Even though many of his Ox Race warriors died, it was all worth it. As for the human between Elisa and Onley, honestly speaking, the Wyvern did not put him in his eyes. In the Wyvern's eyes, this human should be a weakling. Human, scram. Otherwise, I will eat you right now. The taste of humans is very delicious. I have eaten many humans. The Wyvern shouted at Xiaoyang, releasing a powerful aura at the same time, attempting to intimidate Xiaoyang. If it was not for the fact that living humans were more delicious, he would have already killed him. The Wyvern had already thought it through. After taking care of Elisa and Onley, he would bring Xiaoyang, this prey, back to the tribe to celebrate. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up as he stared at the Wyvern with a smile that was not a smile. "Wyvern, are you sure you want to fight with me?" After he entered the Fiend region, he really did not kill many Fiend race. All the Fiend race that he killed were because those Fiend race provoked him first. "Human, you are courting death. You actually have the guts to speak to me like this." Yasi shouted and immediately launched an attack at Xiaoyang, only to see his figure instantly disappear from his original spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Xiaoyang. It could be seen that his martial arts and movement techniques were also quite impressive. "Human, I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Now die. Even if you die, your meat will still be delicious." He raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist, condensing a terrifying demonic energy. His fist was circulating with a cyan light, and then he punched toward Xiaoyang's head. He wanted to kill him in one strike, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang sneered. He was not afraid at all. When the opponent's fist was about to hit him, he gently raised his hand and easily caught the opponent's fist. This caused the alternative dragon to turn pale with fright, and its pupils shrank. Although Xiaoyang looked calm and relaxed, as if he didn't have any cultivation aura, the fact that he could easily catch his fist meant that he was definitely not weak. The alternative dragon suddenly felt that it had been careless. He originally thought that Elisa and Onley were the important characters. But now it seemed like he had to reevaluate his opponent's lineup. Human, you still dare to go against me? You're courting death. Flustered and exasperated, the subdragon hurriedly launched a second attack. He didn't want to stand there and wait for death. His other fist ferociously attacked Xiao Yang's head, but Xiao Yang easily caught it again. This caused the alternative dragon's liver to tremble. He had never encountered such a terrifying opponent before. It was truly shocking. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and attack. You see, shouted angrily. Those ox warriors still had some combat strength. Just now, they thought that Elisa and Onley were finished so they could rest. As a result, they didn't rush up in time and saw the alternative dragon being restrained by Xiao Yang. After hearing the alternative dragon shout and seeing that Xiao Yang's hands were restrained by the alternative dragon, the ox warriors rushed up one after another. They held a spear in their hands and directly stabbed toward Xiao Yang. This was simply an all-around attack with no blind spots. It was like a circle with sharp spears in every position. Once stabbed, if it was an ordinary person or a normal demonic beast, their body would definitely be penetrated. However, Xiao Yang wasn't an ordinary person. He was a tyrannical third-rank king Wu powerhouse. His physical body had already reached the terrifying third-rank king Wu realm. Even if he didn't use his cultivation and just stood there without moving, they wouldn't even be able to break through Xiao Yang's skin. Of course, even though Xiao Yang's body was extremely powerful and indestructible, he didn't plan on letting these spears touch his body. Therefore, when these sharp spears were still half a meter away from him, Xiao Yang immediately erupted with a terrifying origin energy. It was like a shock wave that swept out in all directions, washing away everything in its path. In an instant, it directly shattered many spears. Even Yas and the ox warriors were sent flying over a distance of over 30 meters. Ah! Miserable cries sounded one after another. Those ox warriors who were sent flying were seriously injured. Some spat out blood, some had blood flowing out of their ears, and some had blood flowing out of their eyes and noses. They looked extremely terrifying and were in an extremely sorry state. The ox patriarch, Wyvern, didn't have it easy either. Although he was more tyrannical than Elisa and Onley, he was still too far away from Xiao Yang's realm. The instant Xiao Yang erupted, he also suffered from the terrifying shock wave. With a cry, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Perhaps because he was a bit more tyrannical than the other ox warriors, he could still struggle to stand up even after being sent flying over 30 meters and smashing into the ground. His vitality was somewhat tenacious, and his character was tenacious. On the other hand, Yas and the other ox warriors had already collapsed to the ground, leaving only miserable howls and screams. Wyvern, right? I told you not to provoke me. Why didn't you listen? Xiao Yang calmly looked at Wyvern with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Xiao Yang really didn't have the slightest interest in dealing with this kind of weakling. With a wave of his hand, a frightening suction force erupted, instantly pulling the distant alternative dragon over. Xiao Yang grabbed Wyvern's neck with one hand. Because he used too much strength, Wyvern even found it difficult to breathe. His entire face was red from suffocation. His hands clawed wildly, trying to pry Xiao Yang's hand away. Xiao Yang sneered and directly flung Wyvern in front of Elisa and Onley. Elisa, Onley, this guy injured you. Now is the time for you to take revenge. Xiao Yang said indifferently. After Elisa and Onley were injured, they had been recuperating and adjusting their breathing. Now that their injuries had stabilized, they had more or less recovered. Looking at Wyvern lying limp in front of them like he was dying, their eyes revealed a cold intent. Elisa stood up and took out a sharp dagger from her body, preparing to kill the viper with a single slash. Wyvern was terrified. He wailed in his heart, "Heavens, what kind of horror did I provoke? I'm actually so miserable." Previously, he didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Now that he finally had a chance to catch his breath, he hurriedly begged for mercy. Chapter 1260. He said, Elisa, only please don't do anything. I beg for mercy, please let me go. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. At this time, the alternative dragon didn't care about his status and dignity as the patriarch. He immediately lowered his body and begged for mercy. He directly knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. His expression was sincere and didn't seem like he was lying. Elisa and Onli both hesitated. They looked at each other and couldn't make a decision. They then looked at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's lips curled up and said, You have to know that killing people isn't the best solution. The best solution is to turn the enemy into one's own people. One is to make oneself stronger, and the other is to make one's own faction stronger. Elisa and Onli seemed to have understood and instantly understood the true meaning of Xiaoyang's teachings. Alternative dragon, now you only have two choices. One is to submit to our cat race, and the other is to be killed by us. Do you want to live or die? Elisa asked coldly. Onli's eyes were cold as she played the bad guy at the side and said, Elisa, I think it's better to kill him. Leaving him alive is also a disaster. The alternative dragon was so frightened that he trembled and quickly made a decision. Elisa, Onli, don't kill me. I am willing to submit. Elisa's eyes lit up and said, Alternative dragon, submitting to our cat race doesn't mean you will lose everything. In the future, if the ox race is in trouble, our cat race will also help. After all, we are a whole. Yes, I understand. The alternative dragon quickly agreed. Onli mocked. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly hand over your soul blood. Yes, I will hand it over right now. The alternative dragon replied. He just wanted to do it half-heartedly. After today, he would definitely have a chance to take revenge in the future. However, Onli and Elisa weren't stupid and directly asked for his soul blood. This way, his life and death would be in the hands of the cat race. In the future, he could only listen to them obediently. Sigh. This made the alternative dragon sigh in his heart. His expression was gloomy and depressed. Under the threat of Elisa and Onli, he could only listen to their orders. Looking at the ox warriors behind him, not a single one of them was safe and sound. It could be said that they had completely fallen here and could only accept their fate. The alternative dragon sighed and extracted its own soul blood, then delivered it to Elisa. Elisa didn't stand on ceremony. She stretched out her hand and caught the drop of soul blood. Then she quickly hid it. Only then did he feel relieved. He stood up and said, Alternative dragon, stand up. Remember, in the future, your ox race will be subordinate to the cat race. If you have any thoughts of rebellion, I will definitely kill you. Yes, I understand. Don't worry. The alternative dragon hastily responded with a stooped body. Elisa said, Now that you've lost, hand over all your resources and scram. The alternative dragon did not dare to disobey, but it was somewhat reluctant. After all, it wasn't easy for him to gather these resources. However, since his life was in danger, he could only endure it. He took out some resources and handed them to Elisa, then ordered the other ox warriors to hand over their own resources. And collected them one by one. No one dared to resist, and they all obediently handed them over. After collecting everything, Elisa said with a cold face, Scram, if I need you, I will summon you. If you dare to disobey, then you can just wait to die. I understand. Don't worry, if I receive your summons, I will immediately rush over. The alternative dragon lowered his head and agreed once more. Being shouted at by a fellow who was 2 or 3 realms weaker, the alternative dragon felt really bad. He sized up Xiaoyang from the corner of his eyes. If not for Xiaoyang holding the fort here, he would have exploded long ago. Now that he had even handed over his soul blood, even if he had the strength to explode, he didn't have the courage to do so. Let's go. The alternative dragon brought the ox warriors and left dejectedly. After they left, Elisa and Enli regained their lively personality. They smiled mischievously and jumped in front of Xiaoyang, passing the resources they just collected to Xiaoyang. Benefactor, you want all of these. Take them, Elisa and Enli implored. Xiaoyang took away the demon beads and some materials that he felt were rare. He said, keep the rest for yourselves. Maybe you will need them in the future. The two female cat warriors didn't stand on ceremony. They nodded and happily accepted them. Benefactor, let's go. After passing this place, we will reach the territory of the fox race. Elisa introduced them happily. The group continued forward. In order to express his sincerity, the alternative dragon specially sent Yasi and Niolu, two ox warriors, to send them off. After walking for half a day, they reached the border of the fox race. Yasi said, Senior, the territory of the fox race is in front. Our ox race can't cross the border, so we sent you here. Xiaoyang waved his hand and let them return. The group of three continued forward. Elisa said, I have been in contact with Millie before. I will see if I can still contact her. Thus, she did it on the spot. She used demonic energy to send a message. Very quickly, a message was sent out. As for whether Millie received it or whether she would come to welcome them, that was unknown. Fox race, a certain cave dwelling. Millie was cultivating in seclusion. Ever since she obtained a cultivation technique from the human race many years ago, she had been comprehending it. Through these years of cultivation, her cultivation base had risen very quickly, and she had long surpassed Elisa. The members of the fox race were also happy to let her cultivate. They planned to let Millie become a top-notch expert of the fox race. This way, when they meet any powerful enemies in the future, the fox race would have the power to resist. So, Millie only needed to focus on cultivation. The members of the fox race would deliver her 3 meals a day. On this day, when she was about to continue cultivating after eating her fill, she immediately sensed movement at the cave dwelling's entrance. She hesitated for a bit before opening the cave dwelling's entrance. Then she saw a message. This message was encrypted, so only she could understand it. Even if others intercepted it, they wouldn't be able to read it. After reading this message, Millie was a bit shocked, then pleasantly surprised. It said that Elisa came to play with her. Back then, they were captured to the human race to play together. After being rescued, they rarely met, but they still kept in contact. It was rare for Elisa to come to play with her, so she was eager to try. Moreover, the letter also mentioned that the benefactor who saved her back then had also come. That was the human race. The human race had actually come to the demon realm. This was something unimaginable. Thus, Millie planned to hide it from the fox race and move out alone, because she was worried that the fox race would have prejudice against the human race. After all, they were natives of the demon realm, and it was already common for them to treat humans as food. She quietly slipped out of the fox race tribe. Millie followed the address and headed toward Xiaoyang and Elisa's location. Chapter 1261. Her current abilities were very strong, and it was extremely difficult for her clansmen to find her traces. After walking for a while, she saw several figures in front of her. At first glance, they were very familiar. Looking closer, weren't they Elisa and her benefactor? Of course, there was also a female cat clan warrior in Lee. This was something that Elisa had told her before. Benefactor, Elisa, and Lee. Millie revealed her true form and looked at them excitedly, her face full of joy. She really did not expect to meet them here. She was overjoyed. Millie. When Elisa and Lee saw Millie, they were also very happy. They ran up, looked at each other, and then smiled together. Benefactor, why did you come to the demon realm? Millie's face was full of gratitude and looked at Xiaoyang in a daze. Xiaoyang chuckled. I came to deliver a letter to the vine demon and happened to pass by here, so I came to see you. And my name is Millie. I have never had the chance to thank you, benefactor. Thank you if you did not save me back then. I am afraid that I would not be here today. Millie was very touched. Xiaoyang said, "Millie, I want to see your Lord Clan leader." Millie was shocked and said with a worried expression, "Benefactor, Lord Clan leader might not see you. If there is nothing else, I feel that you should not see him." And Xiaoyang was puzzled. Millie was worried that Xiaoyang would misunderstand and hurriedly explained, "It's like this, Lord Clan leader is not very friendly to humans. You also know that many years ago we were kidnapped, so Lord Clan leader has a deep prejudice against humans. If he finds out that you are here, then he might eat you." Elisa said, "Millie, Xiaoyang is our benefactor. How can the Fox Clan do such a thing?" Millie frowned, revealing a bitter face, and sighed. Originally, Lord Clan leader was also clear about gratitude and grudges, but after something went wrong with his cultivation, he has always hated humans. "Oh, this is our Fox Clan secret. Don't spread it out," Millie hurriedly instructed. After all, the most powerful warrior in a tribe was the chief. If the other undead knew that something had gone wrong with their clan leader's cultivation, then the other undead would definitely come over and annex them. This made Millie worried. Elisa said, "Millie, don't worry. We are your trustworthy companions. We definitely won't tell anyone about this. It's just that our benefactor wants to go to the demon country, but he still lacks a map. Our cat tribe's patriarch said that your fox tribe also has a map, so we wanted to come and take a look." Millie felt a little awkward, because she felt that this matter might not be easy to accomplish. Xiaoyang chuckled and said, "Millie, don't worry too much about this. Even without this map, it's not a big deal. We'll just have to spend a few more days looking for it." Millie was even more touched. She said, "Benefactor, please wait for a while. Let me see if I can get the map you mentioned." He decided to give it a try. Millie left in a hurry. After returning to the Fox Clan, she went straight to the Fox Clan leader. In a certain cave abode, she easily met the leader of the Fox Clan, Lord Patriarch. She called out softly. The Fox Clan's patriarch, Medusa, slowly opened her eyes. Light flowed in her eyes as she calmly looked at Millie in front of her. She sniffed and couldn't help but frown. Then, her face turned cold and revealed a dissatisfied expression. She said, "Millie, you have the scent of the human clan and the cat clan. What's going on? Did you just see the cat clan and the human clan?" Millie's heart trembled and her face turned pale, because the Fox Clan's patriarch, Medusa, had previously announced to the entire clan that they were not allowed to go out easily, and were not allowed to easily negotiate with the other undead demon clans. But Millie went against it. Millie said, "Lord Patriarch, Elisa and Onley are trustworthy friends. We were captured together and saved together. That human was someone who saved me before, so I Medusa couldn't help but snort coldly. Her temperament became even colder, and a cold light flowed in her eyes. Millie was so frightened that she trembled. She didn't dare to make a sound and could only lower her head. Medusa reprimanded, "Millie, I've told you before that the human clan can't be trusted. Similarly, the other undead clans can't be trusted either. Your friendship is fake. If the other undead clans know that I'm injured, then the Fox Clan might be in danger. Why aren't you obedient? You're taking the entire undead clans as a joke, do you know that?" Millie's eyes were moist. Millie knows. At this moment, a Fox Clan member walked in and said, "Lord Patriarch, the Tiger Clan's Tiger Clan has come again. He said that he has always admired Millie and is willing to give her a treasure. He hopes that Lord Patriarch can agree to this marriage. It can be considered an alliance between the two clans, helping each other in the future." Medusa's expression became even more gloomy. She snorted coldly and said, "That Tiger Clan doesn't have good intentions. He took a broken treasure and said it was a treasure. Who is he trying to fool? As for the alliance between relatives and tribes, that's completely trying to poach Millie. In the Fox Clan, other than me, Millie has the most aptitude and talent. Millie definitely can't leave. She has to bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the Fox Clan in the future. Medusa saw through the tiger clan's nature at a glance and shouted loudly. She had always been very domineering and arbitrary, not allowing anyone to reject her. After Medusa vented her anger, she said, "Go! Tell the Fox clan that we reject this marriage." Ahang hesitated for a moment with a hesitant expression. She didn't leave immediately. When Medusa saw this, she snorted coldly again and said sternly, "What? Didn't you hear what I said?" Ahang felt wronged and explained in a low voice. Tiger Clan said that he has already asked for marriage many times. If the Fox Clan refuses again, he will lead the many elites of the Tiger Clan to war with the Fox Clan. He will also ask the Tiger Clan's patriarch to personally take action. How dare you rebel against the heavens? When Medusa heard this, she was instantly enraged. She was so angry that she made a ruckus. A mere tiger gong, a mere tiger demon, dares to threaten this patriarch? Go, bring me his head. Medusa was furious. Her eyes were filled with anger. Ahang's expression was solemn. After thinking for a moment, she walked away. Medusa then shouted at Millie, "See, you must have leaked the information. Otherwise, where would the Tiger Clan get such courage?" Millie only felt wronged. Her eyes were moist as she weakly explained, "They aren't such demons." "Humph, wait until I take care of Tiger Clan, then I'll take care of you." Medusa roared and walked out of the cave in a rage. Tiger Clan had threatened the Fox Clan just now. If the Fox Clan didn't show some strength, they would only be looked down upon by the Tiger Clan. Then, a war between the two clans might break out. Chapter 1262. Therefore, Medusa had to take action personally and intimidate the Tiger Clan. Otherwise, it was very likely that she would be attacked by the Tiger Clan. Ahang, lead the way. Medusa instructed. Ahang had already gathered many female Fox Clan warriors outside. After hearing the order, she immediately led the female warriors out of the tribe. At the entrance of the tribe, Hugong of the Fox Clan was already waiting here. When he saw Medusa personally coming out, he hurriedly revealed a respectful expression and said, "Fox Clan leader, I'm Hugong. Greetings." Medusa snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Hugong, how dare you come to my Fox Clan tribe and make a ruckus? You even threatened to attack my Fox Clan tribe. Do you think that I don't exist?" Hugong frowned and hurriedly explained, "Fox Clan leader, I've admired Mealy for many years. I hope that you can fulfill my wish. Besides, the alliance of the two tribes will only increase our strength. If we help each other, the other demons will only be wary and won't dare to act recklessly." What a joke! Do you think I don't know what your Tiger Clan is planning? This patriarch will say it right here and now. I reject this marriage. You can all give up on this idea. Medusa spoke domineeringly, not giving any leeway. Hugong was unwilling to give up. He continued to cup his fists and said, "Fox Clan leader Hugong is sincere. I hope." Before he could finish his words, he was immediately sent flying by a violent force. It was the Fox Clan leader, Medusa, who had directly attacked. Attacking at the slightest disagreement. This was her style. Medusa said sternly, "Hugong, you're just a little demon. Didn't you hear me clearly? Get lost." This was the rhythm of directly falling out with him. Hugong was ferocious. His tiger eyes revealed his unwillingness as he said, "Fox demon, if you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame our Tiger Clan for being merciless. Roar." Following that, he let out a tiger roar. Instantly, one after another, powerful tiger demons rushed over from all directions. These tiger demons were all elite powerhouses of the Tiger Clan. They had long been lying in ambush here. Now that the marriage proposal had failed and they could not snatch the Fox Clan's corner, they could only fight with force. Medusa sneered, "With just you small fries." As the Fox Clan's patriarch, of course, he had tyrannical abilities and powerful strength. He really didn't put a character like Hugong in his eyes. Even if the number was 10 times greater, it would be useless. Hugong was not afraid at all. He sneered and said, Medusa, do you think it's just us? What a joke. Lord Patriarch, I hope you can come out and seek justice for me. Hugong shouted loudly. Shortly after, the tiger tribe patriarch slowly appeared. His powerful aura wasn't any weaker than Medusa's. Hung, you old fart. To think that you would personally come forth. Seems like you guys still haven't given up on your desire to devour our fox tribe. When Medusa saw the tiger clan's patriarch, Hung, she immediately knew what they were trying to do. What marriage proposal and alliance were all fake. The real reason was that they wanted to annex their fox clan. Hung said calmly, Medusa, don't force yourself. We already know that there was a problem with your cultivation. The reason why we waited until today was to give you face and not hurt the reputation of both sides. If you don't know how to appreciate our kindness and don't know when to back down, then don't blame me for being merciless. Medusa's face sank and her expression turned ugly. Only a few of her confidants knew about her injuries. Who was the one who leaked the news? Now was not the time to investigate who leaked the news. She had to be stronger to prove that the news was just a rumor. She snorted and said, Is that so? Hung, then let's have a fight. Medusa was furious. She immediately circulated her demonic energy and used a powerful martial skill without caring about her injuries. She condensed a beam of light and instantly shot it at Hung. Hung didn't give way. He immediately circulated his demonic energy and used a divine ability to condense a beam of light to attack Medusa. The two beams of light collided in midair and were in a stalemate. No one gave way to the other. For a moment, the two of them couldn't decide who had the upper hand. However, in terms of endurance, Medusa was no match for Tiger Hung, because the injuries she suppressed were about to erupt. Medusa, I want to see how long you can hold on. Hung was full of confidence, as if everything was under his control. Medusa's stubborn temperament erupted, and she increased her strength even more. She did not care about her own injuries and exhaustion. Stubborn. I want to see how long you can hold on. Hang's face was cold and displeased. He suddenly sped up the circulation of his demonic energy to block Medusa's attack. The two sides confronted each other for a few minutes. In the end, Medusa couldn't suppress the eruption of her old injuries, causing her demonic energy to lose its support. Then, she was hit by Hang's demonic energy. Bang! Uffed! Medusa spat out blood and staggered back. Her face was pale and her expression was ugly. She became very weak with injuries on top of her previous injuries. Ha! Hung saw this scene and couldn't help but let out a triumphant laugh. From the moment he defeated Medusa, he knew that he would win this tribal war. In the fox tribe, other than the fox tribe patriarch who could fight a little, the others were unbearable to look at. No one was his match. At this time, Humu also stood out and mocked. Medusa, did you see that? I gave you face just now, but you didn't want it. Do you regret it now? Don't worry, after dealing with the other fox demons, I will personally conquer you. Humu's eyes flashed with a lustful light, and his target was the old Medusa. Seeing this, Hung immediately shouted, Prepare for battle, protect the patriarch, and retreat. The female fox warriors were not to be trifled with. After seeing their patriarch's failure, they immediately formed a formation to protect Medusa. At the same time, they retreated in an orderly manner. You still want to retreat now? Don't you think it's too late? Go! Stop them! Don't leave a single one alive. Hung roared and waved his hand. Immediately, Hugong and the other warriors of the tiger tribe fiercely charged forward. Hung and the other warriors of the fox tribe desperately defended. Stubborn. Let's see how long you can struggle. When Hung saw that the many tiger clan warriors were unable to take them down after a long time, he was also furious. He roared and released a tyrannical wave of demonic energy. This demonic energy was like a violent shockwave that instantly struck the bodies of the Fox Clan warriors, causing their formation to collapse. Many of the Fox Clan warriors were sent flying as they cried out in alarm. Damn it! Medusa was furious, seeing that the warriors of the fox tribe were injured. She couldn't help but circulate her demonic energy. However, halfway through, she couldn't help but cough up blood and her injuries worsened. Patriarch. Hong looked at Medusa with a worried face and said, Patriarch, let's retreat first. Because the commotion here was too big, Millie, who was under house arrest in the cave, instantly came here. Chapter 1264. He was so angry that he flew into a rage. The veins on his forehead were popping, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was a dignified warrior of the Tiger clan, but he was actually played by a smelly fox. He simply couldn't stand it. You're courting death. Ah! He was about to go crazy as he roared again and again. Hu Gong, all of you retreat. Li is no longer someone you can deal with. Her strength and intelligence are enough to crush you. Don't be too inferior. Because the Fox clan has always been focused on nurturing Millie, it's normal for her to grow to this extent. Other than me, Li, the other Fox clan warriors are all small fish and shrimps. Hu Hong roared and immediately stopped Hu Gong, who was about to go berserk, so as to prevent him from going berserk. After all, it wasn't easy for their Tiger clan to nurture an elite. Hu Gong and the other Tiger clan warriors immediately calmed down. The dignity of the patriarch could not be provoked. This was a consciousness and instinct that was deeply rooted in their bones. Thus, they all retreated and gave the space to Hu Hong. Millie, when Lord Patriarch takes me down, I will definitely play you to death to relieve the hatred in my heart. Hu Gong unwillingly retreated to the side. His eyes revealed a ferocious look as he roared in rage. Humph, idiot, retard, and... Li ridiculed briefly, not giving Hu Gong the slightest bit of face. Hu Hong, on the other hand, had a cold face and snorted. Li, Hu Gong is a good man of my Tiger clan. For you to insult him like this, you are not putting me, the patriarch, in your eyes. You are courting death. He suddenly erupted with terrifying demonic power, releasing a tyrannical shock wave. The shock wave was as high as a stormy sea, instantly hitting me, Li's body. It directly blasted me, Li, away. This was the suppression and majesty of the realm, a great demon or cultivator of the realm. Just the realm alone could surpass many martial skills and divine abilities. This was the reason why many cultivators desperately raised their cultivation realm. Ah, uft! Li fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then she struggled to stand up. Her face was pale and her body was weak, but her will was still firm and unyielding. She fiercely stared at Hu Hong and said, With me, Millie, here, don't even think about taking half a step into the Fox clan unless you step over my body. It had to be said that Millie was a demon worthy of respect. Even his strongest opponent, Hu Hong, was filled with admiration and respect at this moment. However, from the perspective of the tribe, when it came to killing, they couldn't be biased because of personal will and personal feelings. Millie, it's such a pity to kill you. However, I can't show mercy in a battle between tribes. Hu Hong sighed and took a step forward. In an instant, he was right in front of Millie. Then he once again released his terrifying demonic energy, creating an oppressive aura that suppressed Millie. This was the terror of someone with a high cultivation level. Their will alone could force most of the weaker cultivators of a lower cultivation level. Millie, I'll make it quick for you. Hu Hong said coldly. He touched his body and immediately took out a sharp dagger. The dagger glowed with a cold light and was incomparably sharp. It slowly approached Millie's neck. What a pity! Hu Hong slowly closed his eyes. It was as if he couldn't bear to see such an outstanding demon fall. Millie. Not far away, the Fox clan's warriors and the Fox clan's leader, Medusa, who hadn't gone far, were furious when they saw this scene. In order to protect them, Millie brought up the rear and let them retreat. But now they could only watch as Millie died. Needless to say, they felt terrible in their hearts. They would rather die than themselves. However, their cries were useless. Hu Hong was unmoved. The sharp dagger was still slowly cutting towards Millie. Even though Medusa and the other Fox clan's warriors wanted to save her, it was too late. Moreover, they were now a defeated army. They would probably be swallowed up by the Tiger clan. A demon from the Tiger clan? A murmur sounded. Xiao Yang's elegant figure walked over step by step. He was like an immortal descending to the mortal world. He was still far away, but in the next moment he was right in front of them. His one step was almost 1,000 feet away. Although he seemed to be walking very slowly, he was actually moving at an unparalleled speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Millie. Millie, no matter what reinforcements come, no one will be able to save you. You are destined to fall. The Tiger clan will not watch you grow. A cold light flashed in Hu Heng's eyes. In any case, the Tiger clan and the Fox clan had already fallen out. Both sides could only fight to the death. Since Millie was unwilling to submit to them, they could only kill this outstanding seedling to prevent her from causing trouble for the Tiger clan in the future. He had already made up his mind to kill Millie. Xiao Yang said indifferently, "You want to kill a living being in front of me? Have you asked for my permission?" As soon as his words fell, an even more terrifying aura came crashing down, instantly crushing Hu Heng's original aura. The moment the dagger was an inch away from Millie's neck, Hu Heng's entire body froze. Even if he wanted to kill Millie, even if he tried to increase his strength and circulate his demonic power, he was still unable to move. It was as if he had been completely controlled. This caused his liver to tremble and his face to turn pale in disbelief. He thought that he was the most powerful person in this area. Who would have thought that there would be someone 10 times more powerful? And this person was actually the reinforcements of the Fox clan. This caused his heart to turn to ash and his face to be filled with despair. Meanwhile, Millie had already regained her freedom. She felt the pressure on her body lighten. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Hu Hong had already been controlled. She was stunned for a moment. Then she saw Xiao Yang. She was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Benefactor." Xiao Yang nodded lightly and said, "This guy wants to kill you. I'll hand him over to you now. You can do whatever you want with him." Thank you, Benefactor." Millie shed tears of gratitude. If it wasn't for Xiao Yang's appearance just now, she would have been killed by Hu Hong. Now that Hu Hong was frozen in place like a piece of meat on the chopping board, Millie could do whatever she wanted to him. Millie's emotions were unimaginable. "Hu Hong, your end is here. Let's see how arrogant you can be." Millie suddenly exploded and landed a heavy punch on Hu Heng's abdomen, sending him flying. Hu Hong was sent flying. With a bang, he landed in front of Hu Gong. A deep crater was created on the ground. There were many cracks around the crater. Millie's aura was sharp and fierce. She walked toward Hu Hong step by step. Hu Gong and the other warriors of the Tiger clan didn't dare to come forward. Their faces were filled with fear and their eyes were filled with wariness. Chapter 1265. They knew very well how terrifying Hu Hong was. Even their clan leader, Hu Hong, was defeated. If they went up, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. It was all because of the human Xiao Yang who suddenly appeared. He was too powerful. He actually subdued Hu Hong without even moving his fingers. How terrifying was his cultivation base to be able to do that? "Millie, you, I'm telling you, don't come over. If you come over again, don't blame me for being impolite." Because Hu Hong was right in front of Hu Gong. When Millie walked towards Hu Hong, it was as if she was walking towards Hu Gong. Hu Gong was so scared that he trembled and subconsciously took a few steps back. Then he mustered up his courage and said some harsh words to intimidate Millie. However, Millie was not someone who was easy to bully. Just now, she was still beating Hu Gong. How could she be scared by him? Scram! Lee's face was cold as she shouted. Just this shocking aura alone was enough to make Hu Gong retreat with a cry. Then he accidentally tripped and fell to the ground. "You, Hu Gong, trash! You still want to touch this young lady?" What a joke! Millie sneered coldly. Then she ignored the other party and walked to Hu Heng's side. She stepped on him and said coldly, Hu Heng, do you want to die or live? Give me an accurate number. Hu Heng was scared out of his wits. His face was pale and begging for mercy appeared in his eyes. He hurriedly said, I beg for mercy. I want to live. I want to live. The corner of Li's mouth curled up. She sneered and said, Do you think I will let the tiger return to the mountain? Hu Heng immediately understood Li's meaning. He hurriedly said, I submit. I only ask for my life. Then he took out a drop of soul blood from between his brows and fearfully gave it to Mealy. Mealy took the drop of soul blood and snorted. At least you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I would have killed you. Then he instructed, Go, gather your ox clansmen and announce your allegiance to my fox clan. Otherwise, you'll be in for it too. How could Hu Heng dare to refuse? He crawled up and walked a little further away while trembling. Then he gathered the tiger warriors under him and said, Tiger warriors, we have lost this battle. They have invited a tyrannical human reinforcements. We are no match for them. If we continue to stubbornly resist, it will only bring disaster to our tribe. For this reason, we should surrender. At least this way, we still have a chance to live. Hu Gong and the other warriors of the Tiger clan fell silent. Although they were unwilling in their hearts, they could not change the fact. They had seen Xiao Yang's arrival with their own eyes, and they had also seen Xiao Yang's attack. That was a terrifying existence, and it was not something they could resist. We are willing to submit. Hu Gong and the other warriors of the Tiger clan bowed their heads. Their unyielding hearts also softened at this moment. Very good. You warriors of the Tiger clan, go to the side. Hu Gong, you stay here for this young miss. Mealy had never been a person who was easy to talk to. She walked in front of these warriors of the Tiger clan and had them leave, leaving only Hu Gong behind. This was because Hu Gong had challenged her dignity in her eyes and even insulted her in public. He had even insulted her clan leader, Medusa. This was something that she could not tolerate. Clan leader, Lord Clan leader, save me. Hu Gong was left behind. He immediately knew that something bad was going to happen. He immediately panicked and hurriedly looked at Hu Heng for help, hoping that Hu Heng could say a few good words for him. At least he would spare his life. However, Hu Heng's soul blood had already been controlled by Mealy. What else could he say now? It was equivalent to his life and death being controlled by someone else. He could only sigh. Then he painfully closed his eyes and turned his body to the side. He was planning to ignore this. When Hu Gong saw this scene, his heart immediately turned to ashes. His face was filled with despair. Heavens, Hu Heng actually gave up on him. He felt extremely wronged in his heart. One had to know that he had always been busy working for the Tiger clan. Now he gave up just like that. His eyes were moist. However, he did not blame Hu Heng. After all, it was not Hu Heng's fault that they had come to this point. All of this was blamed on Xiao Yang, who had suddenly appeared. If it was not for Xiao Yang's appearance, then this ending would have been rewritten. They were originally going to win. Human, do you dare to tell me your name? Hu Gong decided to go all out. Even if he died, he would not hesitate. He hated Xiao Yang very much because Xiao Yang had ruined their plan. He suddenly raised his head. His eyes were red as he looked at Xiao Yang with hatred. Xiao Yang smiled slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up. He glanced at Hu Gong with contempt and said indifferently, My name is Xiao Yang. Hu Gong said fiercely, Xiao Yang, I will remember you. If I don't die, I will definitely hunt you down. Slap. Li swung her hand and directly slapped Hu Gong's face. The strength of this slap was very great. It directly knocked Hu Gong's teeth out. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Shut up. How can my benefactor be threatened by you? I originally wanted to teach you a lesson and let you go. I didn't expect that you would become even worse. Since it's like this, how can I let you go without worry? Hu Gong commits suicide. Those who threaten my benefactor must die. Mi Li's pretty face was cold. A cold light flowed in her eyes as she stared at Hu Gong with killing intent. There was no room for negotiation. Hu Gong curled his lips and frowned. He could not help but feel a little regretful. Originally, he thought that being left behind by Mi Li alone would definitely be death. He did not expect that Mi Li only wanted to teach him a lesson. Now, because he had rashly offended Xiaoyang, causing Mi Li to be determined to kill him, he felt very wronged and wronged. Demonic beasts were the same as humans. If they could live, who would be willing to die? Therefore, after thinking about it, Hu Gong immediately lowered his head, bent his unyielding waist, and hurriedly begged Xiaoyang for mercy. Senior Xiaoyang, I am Hu Gong. I offended you with my words just now. Please spare my life. In the future, I can be at your beck and call, and do my best until I die. In order to express his determination, Hu Gong immediately took out the soul blood from between his eyebrows and delivered it to Xiaoyang. This decisive action made Xiaoyang nod his head slightly and say, "Not bad, Hu Gong, you lowered your head so quickly in order to survive." Hu Gong knelt on the ground with a plop, kowtowed to Xiaoyang, and said, "Senior, please take me in." Xiaoyang laughed. "All right, get up. I don't need to bother with a weakling like you. Let's put it this way. Even if I give you 100 years, you won't be my match. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." Xiaoyang was not bragging. He had never placed this kind of demonic beasts at the border of the demon realm in his eyes. Only those true greater demons and demon kings would make him fearful. Dealing with small demons like Hu Gong and Hu Hong was simply like playing around. This was like a human's attitude towards ants. Would you bother with an ant? Chapter 1266. Mealy snorted. "Hu Gong, at least you know what's good for you. For the sake of our benefactor, I'll let you go this time. However, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment." Thus, Mealy gave him a good beating, causing Hu Gong to scream. Even if Hu Gong used his demonic energy to resist, without the help of other tiger warriors, he could only be abused. In the end, after beating Hu Gong half to death, Mealy stopped. Mealy said, "Hu Gong, hand over your resources. Our fox tribe can't fight for nothing. In the future, you must listen to our fox tribe's orders. Otherwise, we'll kill you." Hu Hong and Hu Gong reluctantly handed over their resources, and in the end, they fled with their remaining soldiers. From this moment onwards, they were destined to become vassals of the fox tribe, unless they elected a new tribe leader and nurtured a warrior who could defeat Hu Hong. "Benefactor, you saved me once again, and even saved my fox tribe. I really don't know what to say." Mealy came to Xiaoyang's side and looked at Xiaoyang with gratitude. Her heart was moved. Elisa and Onli laughed and teased. "Mealy, I think you should be our benefactor's maid. A drop of water will be repaid with a spring." Mealy's eyes lit up, but when she saw Medusa and the other fox tribe warriors walking over, she hesitated, because her life belonged to the fox tribe, not her own. When Medusa came closer, Mealy said, "Lord tribe leader, this is our benefactor, Xiaoyang. These two are the warriors of the cat tribe, Elisa and Onli. They are my good friends. I said before that they won't betray the tribe." It was rare for Xiaoyang to come out and settle the matter in one fell swoop. Medusa and the other fox tribe warriors naturally knew the whole story. Medusa, who had always been domineering, lowered her head and looked at Mealy, and very good. "Mealy, I wronged you before." Mealy let out a sigh of relief, and a bright smile blossomed on her face. As long as the Lord clan leader didn't bother about it, it was fine. He didn't expect that the Lord clan leader would lower his head and apologize. This was really too rare, because the Lord clan leader had always been very centralized. Millie said, "It's nothing, Lord Patriarch. Please don't make things difficult for my benefactor and my friend." She was still a little worried that Medusa would target Xiaoyang because Xiaoyang was a human, and Elisa and Onli were also outsiders. In Medusa's eyes, she didn't think that things like friendship were reliable. Medusa sized up Xiaoyang, then looked at Elisa and Onli. She said, I, Medusa, am not someone who doesn't understand the big picture. The three of you have helped our Fox clan obtain victory, preventing our Fox clan from being annexed. I, Medusa, am also grateful. Moreover, the Tiger clan has already become our Fox clan's subordinate clan. This is a great contribution to our Fox clan. If the three of you don't mind, please stay in our Fox clan tribe. After all, it's already late and it's not safe to travel at night. Medusa sent out a solemn invitation. Xiaoyang said, If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Lord Patriarch. Millie smiled on the side. Elisa and Onli also let out a sigh of relief. They were very clear on Medusa's domineering and authority. She was an existence that no one could resist. They were worried that Medusa would reject them. Xiaoyang and the others followed behind Medusa and entered the Fox clan tribe. Medusa ordered, Millie, take care of your friends. Let them freshen up and we'll have a celebratory banquet tonight. Banquet. Medusa wore a gorgeous dress and appeared. Millie and the other Fox clan members also wore gorgeous clothes. Only Xiaoyang, Elisa, and Onli were still dressed casually. Of course, no one would care about this, because the three of them were the Fox clan's benefactors. Tonight's banquet was held for them. Many members were already in place. Medusa stood up and raised her wine cup. I represent the Fox clan to thank Xiaoyang, Elisa, and Onli for their help. Let's drink. She drank a cup of wine. The others also stood up and drank a cup of wine. Then Medusa asked, Xiaoyang, my Fox clan is indebted to you. Do you have any requests? As long as it's not too hard, my Fox clan will satisfy you. Xiaoyang said, Lord clan leader, I came to the Fox clan this time to find you for something. Oh, Medusa was confused. Millie was also confused. She looked suspiciously at Xiaoyang. Medusa said, Why don't you tell me what it is? Xiaoyang did not hide anything and said, I once met the Vine Demon King at the Celestial Mountain and promised to deliver a letter to the Kingdom of Demons. I heard from the Cat Clan leader that you have a map to the Kingdom of Demons, so I came here to borrow it. Because it was only a map, he only needed to borrow it. There was no need to take it away. Xiaoyang thought for a bit and said, Lord Clan leader, I am not forcing you to repay me. I saw that there was a problem with Lord Clan leader's cultivation of the Demon King scripture. I can help you correct this hidden danger. Medusa's eyes couldn't help but shrink, because she was the only one who knew that she was cultivating the Demon King scripture. She didn't expect Xiaoyang to be able to see through it at a glance. He was quite capable. Then he thought about how Xiaoyang could easily crush Huang. No matter what, Xiaoyang was a high-level cultivator. Medusa had invited him into the Fox clan's tribe with the intention of winning him over and currying favor with him. She admired Xiaoyang even more. She smiled and said, Esteemed guest, that map is incomplete. It has been with me for many years. I don't know if it is still useful. Since you want it, I will give it to you. Medusa waved her hand. With a flash of light, an ancient map fragment appeared in her hand. She used her cultivation to control the map fragment and sent it to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang reached out and received it. Thank you for your gift, Lord Clan leader. I also have something to give you. After saying that, Xiaoyang took out an orthodox Demon King scripture from his storage ring and gave it to Medusa. Medusa's eyes instantly lit up when she saw it, and then she immediately released her divine sense to check the contents of the Demon King scripture. She noticed that this Demon King scripture was much more detailed and profound than the Demon King scripture she cultivated. Xiaoyang said, If Lord Clan leader cultivates this Demon King scripture, it will naturally solve the problem of your cultivation. Medusa said calmly, Thank you, benefactor, for your gift. To tell you the truth, the demonic king scripture that I cultivated previously was an incomplete version, so there were many problems. However, with this demonic king scripture, all my problems will be solved. Benefactor has done a great favor for my fox clan. I intend to betroth Mealy to you, if you don't mind Mealy's identity as a demon. Medusa hesitated for a moment before speaking again. What? Xiaoyang, Elisa, and Li and Mealy were all dumbfounded. Although they knew that Medusa would reward Xiaoyang, they didn't expect that she would betroth Mealy to him. Chapter 1267. No, Elisa and Enli were the first to jump out and object. Oh my God, they had that kind of interest in Xiaoyang, but they hadn't even touched him yet. How could they let the Fox clan take advantage of them like this? The Fox clan's thoughts were already clear, and that was to rope in Xiaoyang. Li's face was red as she peeked at Xiaoyang from the corner of her eyes. Then she said timidly, Lord Clan Leader, I haven't thought about it yet. Xiaoyang said, I came to the demon realm to send a letter. After sending the letter, I will definitely return to the human clan. So he was tactfully rejecting her. The human clan was still prejudiced against the demon clan, so they were not completely open. Medusa thought for a moment, then said, How about this? Mealy Benefactor still has to go to the demon kingdom. You can accompany him and protect his safety. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. Mealy agreed, straightforwardly. This was not a difficult matter for her, but she was even a little eager to try it out, because she could play with Elisa and Enli and also wander around the demon realm with her benefactor. She was too happy. Late at night, Xiaoyang and the others settled down in the Fox clan. The night was quiet. The moonlight sprinkled down a soft veil, draping the Fox clan tribe with it. Elisa and Enli, the two beautiful cat clan female warriors, accompanied Xiaoyang as they sat on a stone bench, admiring the boundless night sky. Not long later, a miserable cry came from the direction of the Fox clan's cave. Elisa and Enli's expressions changed as they looked nervously at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang indicated for them to calm down and said, This is the Fox clan's own matter. It's not good for us to interfere. Not long later, Mealy came to find them and apologized. I'm sorry to disturb you. Because the news of the Fox clan was leaked, we are currently punishing the person who leaked the news. Xiaoyang nodded in understanding. Ever since the Tiger clan's clan leader, who hung handed over his soul blood, he was equivalent to me, Li's servant. If Mealy wanted to find any information, it would be extremely simple. Therefore, it was easy to find the person who leaked the information of the Fox clan. Before finding the person who leaked the secret, the Fox clan leader, Medusa, and the others all suspected that it was Mealy who did it. They thought that Mealy had an affair with Xiaoyang, Elisa, and Onli, which caused Mealy to suffer a lot of grievances. Now that the real leaker had been found, she was able to clear her name and receive everyone's apologies and guilt. Naturally, she returned to her usual candid and straightforward self. As for who had leaked the information, Xiaoyang did not ask. In the end, this was an internal problem of the Fox clan. No matter who it was, it had nothing to do with him. He was an outsider. Even if he knew, it was not good for him to intervene. Moreover, he did not have a good impression of the person who leaked the secret. The group of people sat quietly and no one spoke. For hours later, the screams stopped. Only then did Millie bid farewell and leave. She said, You guys have a good rest. We'll set off together tomorrow morning. After all, Medusa had told her to protect Xiaoyang and bring Xiaoyang along. Therefore, Millie also became a companion. Xiaoyang stood up and sent her off, watching her leave. Elisa and Onli complained, Benefactor, I feel that we can protect you. Why don't we let Millie cultivate properly in the Fox clan? Ever since they discovered Medusa's little scheme, Elisa and Onli had always been vigilant. They were afraid that Xiaoyang would be snatched away by the Fox clan if they were not careful. Who asked Xiaoyang to be so outstanding? Their cat clan still wanted to be closer to Xiaoyang. How could they give the opportunity to the Fox clan? Medusa naturally knew the reasoning behind this. Therefore, after the betrothal failed, She changed her method and had Millie follow along. Millie had once met Xiaoyang, and Xiaoyang probably could not refuse due to their relationship. This allowed Medusa's little scheme to succeed easily. Elisa and Onli were naturally unhappy. Therefore, they whispered some pillow talk in front of Xiaoyang to see if they could destroy Medusa's little scheme. Xiaoyang smiled bitterly. We might need Millie for this matter. After all, even if we have 2 maps, they are both incomplete. Elisa and Onli were silent. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. However, what Xiaoyang said was also an objective fact. They did not know where the Yu clan was. Although they had been in contact with Little Yu many years ago, they had lost contact after such a long time. According to Medusa, there was an incomplete map in the Yu clan tribe. Therefore, they still had to rely on Millie to lead the way. When Millie, who was eavesdropping outside, heard their conversation, the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile, and she walked away happily. Dawn. Xiaoyang and the others woke up and continued to come up. The Fox clan's leader, Medusa, personally sent them to the tribe's entrance. Lord Clan Leader, you can stop here. Xiaoyang stopped and shouted to Medusa. Medusa stopped and said, Then be careful along the way. If you encounter any danger that you can't resist, come back to the tribe to rest. The tribe will always be your home. Then she looked at Millie and said, Millie, pay attention to the safety of our benefactor along the way. Millie nodded and said, Okay. Don't worry, Lord Clan Leader. Benefactor has saved me twice, and the tribe is indebted to him. I will definitely protect him with my life. Xiaoyang and the others bade farewell to Medusa and then set off on their journey. This time, their destination was the Yu clan tribe. According to Medusa, the Yu clan tribe was not strong. They had always been in hiding and were invaded by many powerful tribes. The place where they settled down changed frequently and was not fixed. Therefore, it was difficult to find them. And Millie could only find them based on the settlement and migration traces from half a month ago. The journey this time was not easy. Elisa was good friends with Millie before, and there was also Little Fish, Little Monkey, and Little Snake. It was also because they were playing together that Little Xian was caught by human cultivators. This time, they would be very happy to see their benefactor. Millie was full of anticipation. After walking for half a day, they did not encounter any danger. In this area, only the Tiger Clan tribe and the Fox Clan tribe were slightly stronger. After the Tiger Clan tribe became a subordinate force of the Fox Clan tribe, there were no enemies that could threaten them. Millie said, Benefactor, I only know where the Yu clan settled down half a year ago. Whether they are still there now is still unknown. Let's go to their place to take a look first. Xiaoyang said that should be the case. After walking for a few more hours, they passed through many mountains and forests, walked on many small paths, and also went through many caves. Finally, they arrived at a hidden place. This was a small canyon. It seemed that the Yu clan had once lived here. The walls and houses had already collapsed, and many caves were also damaged. There were also fertile fields that had not been taken care of for a long time. They had probably walked for a long time. Chapter 1268. Millie, Elisa, and Li and Xiaoyang shuttled through the small canyon. As Millie walked, she shouted, Little fish, are you guys still there? I'm Millie. The canyon was spacious, and Millie's voice traveled very far, forming an echo. However, no one responded after shouting for a long time. Millie couldn't help but feel angry, and said dejectedly, Benefactor, they really left. Looks like we'll have to spend some effort to find them. Take it slow, don't rush. Xiaoyang comforted her softly. He had already used his divine sense to search every corner, and there were no traces of the Yu clan in the surroundings, so they had really migrated. In fact, the most anxious one was Xiaoyang. Because the war between the 4 dynasties had occurred in the Tsangmin territory, the 5 planets would probably fall into chaos. Lin Shiyin, Xiao Linger, Xiao Man, and Xiao Lian were still in the Tsangmin territory, who knew if they would be in danger. However, it was useless to be anxious. They could only take one step at a time. Xiaoyang said, "Let's follow the traces of their migration." That was the only way they could do it. Millie's expression was solemn, and she said, "But this way, it might take a long time to find them. Normally, when tribes migrate, they will sweep away the traces, so as to avoid being discovered and pursued by other tribes. Even if we find their next destination, they might have migrated again." Elisa and Enli's hearts were also heavy. When Xiaoyang heard this, he also felt that it was troublesome. Looking at their solemn expressions, he could only reveal a smile. With a light laugh, he said, "Look at you, there's no need to be so solemn. There will always be a way." He wanted the atmosphere of the group to be lively and not oppressive and dull. "I'll use the time reversal technique to see if I can find any useful clues," Xiaoyang said indifferently. Then he released his origin energy, formed a seal with both hands, and used a martial technique that could reverse time. This martial technique was mainly used to investigate what had happened in the past, and it didn't have much power in battle. Xiaoyang had already learned this martial technique before he broke through to the martial ancestor realm, because this martial technique came from the memories of the eternal poison lord in his previous life. Later generations would be able to use it easily after they had reached a certain level of cultivation. Previously, using this martial technique to rewind time was very short, but now that Xiaoyang had stepped into the second or third level of Qingwu, the time he could rewind time would only be longer. After Xiaoyang used this martial skill, a cloud of fog suddenly condensed in front of him, and a mirror gradually appeared in the fog. In the smooth and clean mirror, the scene before the migration of the Yu clan began to play. It was nothing more than gathering the members of the tribe and announcing the migration of the entire tribe. Then, everyone would prepare, pack their luggage, and begin to leave. As for the location, the Yu clan leader did not say clearly, and the other members of the Yu clan did not know where they were going. After all, this was a secret that could not be leaked. After carefully examining the migration history of the Yu clan, he still couldn't find any useful clues. This made Xiaoyang sigh inwardly. No matter how powerful he was still not omniscient and omnipotent. Xiaoyang withdrew his origin power, and the condensed fog and mirror slowly dissipated. Although we know every movement of their migration, we still don't know where their next stop is, so there's not much use going back in time. Xiaoyang frowned. Elisa sighed. Then let's use the old method and slowly search according to the traces they left behind. However, this would probably take a long time. Millie said, "I think we should go to Yao Ao Town. There are many tribes of demons in Yao Ao Town, and maybe there will be the Yu clan. Of course, this hope is very small, but even if there is no Yu clan, it doesn't matter. We can inquire about the whereabouts of the Yu clan in Yao Ao Town or by information." Elisa and Onli had also heard of Yao Ao Town before, but they didn't know the way. Yao Ao Town was a small town that interacted with each other. Many tribe representatives entered the town to exchange resources and information, and no one was allowed to fight in the town. Violators would be besieged by the tribal alliance. Xiaoyang said, "Since there's a place called Yao Ao Town, let's go take a look." The group left the small canyon and headed to Yao Ao Town. Xiaoyang took out the flying ship. The flying ship was originally only the size of a palm, but under the effect of his cultivation, the flying ship suddenly became bigger. In the blink of an eye, it became more than 10 feet in size and floated in the air. Xiaoyang circulated his cultivation and used his origin power to bring Elisa, Onli, and Millie up to the flying ship. "Millie, you lead the way. We'll take the flying ship. It'll be faster this way," Xiaoyang said indifferently. "Okay." Millie personally steered the ship and controlled the direction. The flying ship consumed spiritual energy. This was the demon domain, and there was no spiritual energy, only endless demonic qi. However, Xiaoyang's status was not low, and he had a sea of spirit stones that could be used indefinitely. In addition, Xiaoyang's cultivation method was special and could convert demonic qi into spiritual energy. Therefore, he could charge the flying ship and provide endless spiritual energy. Flying was not a problem. In less than an hour, they arrived at Yao town. Yao town was just a simple temporary town. The buildings were also very ordinary and simple, mainly used for communication and living. The entrance of Yao town was just a wooden shelf with a plaque hanging on it. On it were the words Yao town written in large letters. A simple entrance and exit was enough. Xiaoyang and the others did not intend to bully the weak. They were willing to abide by the rules of Yao town. After all, this was the direction of civilization's evolution. Xiaoyang did not want to destroy it. A line of people landed below the signboard. The wind blew from ahead, stirring up a thick sandstorm and smoke. Xiaoyang could only circulate his cultivation and define a vacuum for his people to stop the sandstorm. After the sandstorm blew away, they continued on their way and entered Yao town, heading towards the market where the demons were densely packed. Human. It's a human. Look, human cultivator. Xiaoyang neglected a problem. That was the problem of his human identity. After all, this was the demon domain. When he appeared in Yao town, it immediately set off a huge wave of shock. Many demons were alarmed. They all looked at Xiaoyang in surprise. Some showed excitement, some showed greed, some showed desire, and some showed curiosity. Everyone had different thoughts. Xiaoyang frowned and said, "Friends of the demon race, I have no ill intentions. I just happened to pass by here." He hurriedly explained. If he could choose, he did not want to hurt anyone. As for his purpose of coming here, he could only hide it for now, because he was now standing on the opposite side of the demons. Those demons could not help him, and if he asked, it would only increase their ridicule. Human, do you think we will believe your nonsense? Chapter 1269. Let's go together and take down this human. We'll split the spoils and eat his flesh together. Immediately, a fearless demon started to stir up the crowd, wanting to take down Xiaoyang. The conflict between the demon race and the human race was right here. This was a conflict left behind by history. It wasn't something that could be resolved overnight. Therefore, it was normal for them to hate Xiaoyang. Elisa, Onli, and Millie were anxious when they saw so many demons rushing over. They hurriedly went up and blocked Xiaoyang, shouting, "Wait, this person is our benefactor. He saved our lives. Therefore, we can't allow you to hurt him." Look, it's the cat race and fox race warriors. They're actually protecting a human cultivator. That means they're colluding with the humans. Cat race and fox race warriors, move aside. If you're willing to give up on protecting the humans, we can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you're traitors. Yes, traitors. Kill without mercy. Elisa, Onli, and Millie looked at the hundreds of demons from different tribes and couldn't help but feel nervous. Cold sweat flowed down their backs. Among these demons, there were quite a number of great demons, which really made it difficult for them. However, no matter what, they wouldn't give up on Xiaoyang. Listen to my explanation. Xiaoyang isn't a bad person. Millie could only anxiously explain. Shut up, fox race warriors. You only have one choice, and that is to stay away from the human cultivators. Otherwise, we'll take care of you too. That's right, Scram. Seeing that we're all demons, we can let bygones be bygones. But if you're stubborn, don't blame us for being impolite. Those two cat race warriors are quite good-looking. And that fox race warrior, if you insist on colluding with the humans, we'll have to teach you a lesson, haha. Yes, we have to teach them a lesson. Looks like they won't move aside. Who knows what kind of brainwashing medicine the humans fed them? Don't blame us for being impolite. The eyes of the monsters lit up as they roared. They were even more excited than before, as if they had found something even more interesting to pursue, such as playing with the 3 female warriors. Elisa, and Lee and Millie were so angry that their faces turned green. Their eyes were filled with anger as they snorted. You guys are despicable and shameless. Since that's the case, will be watched by those despicable people. One of the wolf demons immediately charged towards Elisa and Millie. Wolf demons had always been greedy, lustful, and cunning. Now that he saw the three beautiful female warriors, he had long been thinking about them. "You're courting death." Elisa immediately became angry and immediately used the Imperial Thunder art, condensed a serpentine lightning, and hacked out. At the same time, Millie didn't stay idle either. She immediately launched her ultimate attack. The three female warriors fought together and easily killed the wolf demon that charged at them. This immediately woke up many of the demon clans, forming a deterrent force for them. "Audacious! You actually dared to kill your own kind in Yao newspaper town, and for the sake of the human race." Immediately, someone jumped out to criticize Elisa, Anne, and Millie. Elisa angrily said, "This was clearly the wolf demon who attacked first. How can you blame us? Fellow demon clans, I think we should all attack together. Whoever takes them down can have them. How about that?" A great demon jeered. Many demon clans immediately closed in on them. They were extremely nervous and their hearts were heavy. One of the King Wu level great demons instantly flew over, landing in front of the demon clans, and said, "I'll be the vanguard. You guys go behind." Thus, this great demon took the lead to attack. King Wu level great demon clans, terrifying demon clans, suddenly exploded. Just the aura and pressure alone was enough to suppress most of the demon clans. Those demon clans who wished for the world to be in chaos, when they saw King Wu level great demon clans personally taking action, were also moved. They all rushed up, wanting to get some soup. Elisa and Lee and Millie immediately felt extremely suppressed. They could only use 50% of their original battle strength. Even if they only had 50% of their original battle strength, they still didn't yield. Elisa and Lee kept circulating their demon clans. Relying on their strong willpower and tenacious character, they unyieldingly resisted. After they condensed the snake-shaped lightning, they immediately threw it at the great demon. Although this kind of low-level lightning power couldn't cause much damage to the great demon, but even if it could hinder him a little, they would still feel satisfied. At least they were struggling and resisting with all their might. This was a problem of attitude. Millie also didn't compromise. She resisted the opponent's powerful aura and pressure and kept attacking. Even if she knew that she couldn't hurt the opponent, she still didn't yield. She had a very stubborn temper. The other demon clans came up one after another, surrounding Elisa and Lee and Millie. This caused the pressure on them to increase greatly. They fought and retreated. Because of this, they suffered many attacks and were injured. But after they retreated for a distance, they began to resist the pressure and counterattack, engaging in a tug-of-war with them. Originally, Elisa and Lee and Millie didn't have the qualifications to engage in a tug-of-war with them. But the demon clans only wanted to capture them alive, so they didn't force them too hard. This gave Elisa and the other two a chance to breathe. Looking at the attitude of the great demon and the other demon clans, it seemed that they wanted to exhaust Elisa and the other two to death. After both sides were in a stalemate for a while, Elisa and the other two broke through their current cultivation realm and entered the next cultivation realm. This made them very happy, because their originally exhausted demon clans were instantly restored and increased by a large margin. Let me show you that we are not easy to bully. Elisa and Lee and Millie's spirits were roused. Their fighting spirit was high, and they immediately displayed their violent demon clans, attacking their surroundings. In an instant, many demon clans were forced to retreat. The great demon cast a defensive light barrier and didn't suffer any damage. Not bad, not bad. The three of you, this demon can accept you as this demon's maidservants. How about it? The King Wu level great demon immediately saw the potential of Elisa and Lee and Millie. His eyes lit up and he planned to recruit them. Don't even think about it. Elisa and the other two didn't agree at all. Once again, they launched their attacks like moths to a flame. The corner of the great demon's mouth curled up, and he sneered, "That is not up to you. The things that this demon has set his eyes on can never escape." Then he took out a magic treasure with a grid and instantly threw it into the air. The grid suddenly expanded and enveloped Elisa and Lee and Millie. At the moment when they were about to be trapped, Xiaoyang, who was watching from the side, suddenly made his move. With a wave of one hand, a terrifying spiritual energy was released and instantly acted on the opponent's magic treasure. That magic treasure of good quality instantly collapsed and turned into ashes. N. Chapter 1270. The great demon was shocked and could not believe it. He looked at Xiaoyang in shock. He originally thought that Xiaoyang was just a weak human, but he did not expect Xiaoyang's cultivation to be so strong, to be able to easily shatter his Dharma treasure. This kind of opponent could not be weak. This made the great demon hesitate. After all, to be able to live until now, he was definitely not a fool. The other demon clan members also looked at each other with hesitation. In a situation where no one took the lead, they would not look for trouble. After advancing, Elisa, Onli, and Millie were not simple. Not to mention there was also the unfathomable Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang declared again, "Everyone, I indeed have no ill intentions here, so don't provoke me for no reason." Then he slowly went deeper into Demon Newspaper Town. Wherever he passed, the demon clan members who were originally gathered all moved aside, not daring to stop him. Elisa, Onli, and Millie also hurriedly followed. No demon clan members dared to make a move. The hesitant great demon saw Xiaoyang being so arrogant, as if all the limelight was snatched by Xiaoyang, which made him very unhappy. Therefore, he suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind, instantly erupting with violent demon clan power, sweeping towards Elisa, Millie, and Onli. The great demon had already calculated. Even if Xiaoyang's ability was not bad, it should not be too high. If he captured Elisa, Onli, and Millie, the three female warriors, then Xiaoyang could only wait to be captured. Even if the worst result was that Xiaoyang gave up on his three companions, then the great demon felt that he had the confidence to escape. Therefore, the great demon did not hesitate to make a move. In this day and age, if you want to eat meat, you have to take risks. This was something that was without a doubt. However, although he had calculated everything, there was always a difference between imagination and reality. Therefore, the moment he made a move, he was destined to fail. Xiaoyang's Imperial Heaven Tower suddenly shook, and a golden light suddenly swept out, directly hitting the great demon's body. The great demon let out a scream, then exploded into a bloody mist. Hiss! Seeing this scene, many of the demon clans in the demon reporting town could not help but gasp. Their hearts were beating wildly, and they were extremely shocked. That was a greater demon at the level of King Wu. Yet he had killed him so casually and effortlessly. From this, it could be seen that Xiaoyang had long surpassed the level of a greater demon. This caused many of the demons in the demon reporting town to panic. They hurriedly ran away as if they were avoiding the plague. They distanced themselves from Xiaoyang, afraid that Xiaoyang would remember them. Xiaoyang didn't get angry. He said indifferently, "I've said it before. I have no intention of harming you. However, if you're courting death, then I won't be careless." "Senior, what are you saying? Our Yao newspaper town welcomes the visit of the human race very much. We are also working hard to strive for the harmonious coexistence of the demon race and the human race." The demons of the demon newspaper town hurriedly smiled, bowed to Xiaoyang, and said some nice and flattering words. The demon region had always been like this. Survival of the fittest, and the strong were respected. They revered the strong and were willing to submit to the strong. Xiaoyang ignored them. With a wave of his hand, he released a wave of spiritual power and swept over the blood mist that exploded from the greater demon. Then he made a gesture with both hands and used the spirit sealing technique. A ball of black light condensed from the blood mist. In the black light, there was a greater demon struggling and twisting. It was the enemy that Xiaoyang had just killed. "Ah, Senior, spare me, spare me. Please have mercy, and let my remnant soul go." When the greater demon saw Xiaoyang, he hurriedly begged for mercy. Xiaoyang said indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, whether you can live or not depends on your luck." Then, Xiaoyang used the soul-searching technique. He pondered, since this greater demon had the demonic power of King Wu, his status in the demon reporting town must not be low. He should also know some secrets of the demon reporting town. Directly searching his soul was more accurate than buying any information. Ah, the greater demon let out a tragic howl. Because Xiaoyang's soul-searching technique had a great effect on the soul. It could be seen with the naked eye that after the torture of the soul-searching technique, the greater demon's soul had become much fainter. It could be seen how much damage he had suffered. Xiaoyang retracted his hand. He had already gotten the information he wanted. He casually threw the greater demon's remnant soul out and said, "Scram." The remnant soul did not dare to stay any longer. If he continued to stay, his soul would scatter. He hurriedly left this place, planning to escape from Xiaoyang first and then find a place with Dancing Qi to recuperate. Millie said, "Benefactor, there is a demon reporting tower in the demon reporting town. There are all kinds of information inside. Perhaps we can go there to look for information." Xiaoyang shook his head and said, "We'll go to the demon reporting tower later. Let's go to the demon mountain first." According to the information obtained from the soul-searching technique, a few days ago, there were Yu clan warriors appearing in the demon reporting town in order to exchange goods and resources. However, the Yu clan tribe was weak, causing the Yu clan warriors to be despised and alienated in the demon reporting town. After the Yu clan warriors left the demon reporting town, there were immediately other demon clans who had ideas about the Yu clan warriors and wanted to snatch the resources in the hands of the Yu clan warriors. The Yu clan warriors fought and retreated, retreating in the direction of the demon mountain. Now that a day and a night had passed, he did not know how the situation was. Therefore, Xiaoyang was in a bit of a hurry and was slightly anxious. He took out the flying ship in front of everyone, and after taking 3 companions, he immediately flew in the direction of the demon mountain. In less than an hour, under the flying ship's full-speed flight, they finally arrived at the demon mountain. The demon mountain was actually the temporary foothold of the Yu clan tribe. This made Xiaoyang feel incredulous. No wonder those Yu clan warriors retreated in the direction of the demon mountain. It turned out that their base camp was here. At this time, the situation of the demon mountain was not optimistic, because they were attacked by a total of 3 tribes. Looking at their posture, it seemed that they wanted to divide the Yu clan tribe. The warriors of the Yu clan tribe defended and resisted tenaciously, giving the warriors of the 3 major tribes a heavy blow. Of course, the Yu clan tribe itself also suffered a great blow. If this situation continued, they were afraid that they would not be able to hold on for half a day. The 2 sides were fighting nonstop. There were demon clans falling every minute. The 3 major tribes joined forces, and the number was several times that of the Yu clan tribe. The Yu clan was just stubbornly resisting and struggling. He really did not expect the demon realm to be so cruel. Compared to the human clan, it was extremely dangerous, and being weak was the original sin. Xiaoyang released his divine sense and immediately locked onto a familiar figure. It was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu turned out to be the young patriarch of the Yu clan, but unfortunately this tribe was a little weak and was now in danger. Fortunately, Xiaoyu was strong enough. Even if many members of the Yu clan were sacrificed, she did not cry. She was even at the front line commanding the war. Chapter 1271. They were guarding tightly to prevent the other demon clans from attacking the fish tribe. From the looks of it, she was trying to stall for as long as she could. "Little fish, little fish." Millie and Elisa shouted excitedly, because they were once best friends and they were even kidnapped by human cultivators together. When Little Fish heard the voices, She also looked up and immediately saw Elisa, Millie, and a familiar and expectant figure. It was her benefactor, Xiaoyang. It's you guys. Benefactor, Elisa, Millie. Little Fish was instantly extremely excited. Her small face was red with excitement, and she could not believe it. Now was the most dangerous moment for the fish tribe. She thought that she would die here and would never see them again in this lifetime. She did not expect to see them when she looked up. She almost thought that this was a dream. Benefactor, hurry up and help little you. Help the Yu clan. And Li could not bear to see Little Fish and the fish tribe being bullied like this, and hurriedly shouted. At the same time, Elisa and Millie flew down from the flying ship and joined the battle, fighting the elite warriors of the three tribes. Elisa shouted, "Little Fish, don't be afraid. We're here to help you." This made Little Fish extremely touched, and her eyes moistened. You guys are really silly. We're about to be finished. What are you guys doing here? Quickly leave. I'm already very happy and satisfied to be able to see you guys again. Don't die with us. Little Fish shouted with a sobbing tone. Then she looked at Xiaoyang and said, "Benefactor, I'll repay you for saving my life in my next life. Quickly leave. Don't stay behind to die." She cried and begged, and Li's heart was extremely moved. She immediately descended and used the Imperial Lightning art to kill the enemy. When the leaders of the Dog tribe, Pig tribe, and Rabbit tribe saw the arrival of the Yu tribe's reinforcements, they were all astonished. They frowned as their gazes landed on Elisa, Onli, and Millie. Then they looked at each other and quickly came to a consensus. The Pig tribe patriarch shouted, "Cat tribe warriors, Fox tribe warriors, this matter has nothing to do with you. I hope you don't interfere in this matter. Otherwise, our three tribes are not to be trifled with." He issued a serious warning, but Elisa, Anne, and Millie didn't listen at all. Instead, they fought more and more bravely. Millie snorted coldly and said angrily, "Pig clan, Dog clan, Rabbit clan, why aren't you all retreating? I, Millie of the Fox clan, will fight to the death." Elisa and Onli didn't want to lower their morale, so they shouted, "There are also our cat warriors." This caused the leaders of the Dog, Pig, and Rabbit tribes to frown. They continued to observe the three female warriors for a period of time. They realized that the three female warriors were only slightly stronger than them in terms of cultivation and battle prowess. Compared to them, there was still a huge gap. Therefore, they were relieved. The patriarch of the pig race, Qing Yunian, shouted, "You three are simply courting death. Very good. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Now, don't blame me for being impolite. The three of us will act together and capture them. Their looks are not bad, so we should be able to sell them for a good price." The patriarch of the pig race, Qing Yunian, gloomily shouted. The patriarch of the dog race smiled proudly, his eyes revealing a lustful light. Before selling them, this patriarch wants to enjoy them. The patriarch of the rabbit race frowned and didn't participate in the conversation. Therefore, the three patriarchs of the three tribes personally went to the battlefield and directly attacked the three female warriors, Elisa, Onli, and Millie. Xiaoyang had no intention of training them this time. On the flying ship, he waved his hand and summoned the Imperial Heaven Tower. The Imperial Heaven Tower spun and released a greenish-yellow light. Then, it suddenly crushed down on the battlefield below. All the warriors of the Pig clan, Dog clan, and Rabbit clan were swept up by the greenish-yellow light without exception and fell to the ground with heavy injuries. Hundreds of demons were killed by the split-second sword. This terrifying scene fell into the eyes of many demons, causing their hearts to tremble in fear and unease. The patriarchs of the Pig clan, Dog clan, and Rabbit clan widened their eyes and suddenly stopped in their tracks. They couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell is this? It's actually so terrifying." Then they immediately ran and retreated, wanting to avoid the terrifying light. However, they were still too slow. The greenish-yellow light was like a stormy sea, instantly engulfing their bodies and drowning them. Without exception, it directly injured them causing them to fall to the ground and unable to get up. This was the terror of King Wu's second stage. Just controlling a magic treasure was enough to seriously injure them and dominate the entire battlefield. Xiao Yang blinked and put away the Imperial Heaven Tower. He slowly descended and said, "Those who surrender will not be killed." The demons who had suffered heavy blows and were on the verge of death immediately begged for mercy, shouting, "I surrender! I surrender!" Just like that, the chaos was easily quelled. The few remaining warriors of the Cat clan immediately rushed out and cleaned up the battlefield. Qing Yunian, your 3 tribes must submit. Otherwise, all of you will be killed. Little Yu immediately rushed to Qing Yunian's side. She knew that the 3 of them had led this battle, so she had to restrain them immediately. Seeing the hesitation on Qing Yunian's face, Little Yu immediately pulled out her sharp sword with murderous intent. With a clang, she mercilessly slashed down, directly cutting off Qing Yunian's arm. Ah! Qing Yunian let out a pig's roar, his face instantly turning pale and ugly. Little Yu directly placed the sharp sword on his neck and threatened, "The next sword will be here. Think carefully before you answer me." Little Yu knew that she couldn't be merciful at this time. Once she was merciful, it would only bring danger to the entire Yu clan. Currently, the Yu clan was weak and constantly being bullied by many other tribes. They had already gone to many places, but they were still found. Therefore, she understood that if she wanted to survive in the Yao realm, she had to have tyrannical strength and a large enough faction. Recruiting them to submit was a convenient way to strengthen her faction. Qing Yunian saw Little Yu's murderous intent and didn't dare hesitate. He really would die. He said, "Unwillingly, I submit." Even he, the leader, had submitted, so the Rabbit clan leader and the Dog clan leader could only lower their unyielding heads and say, "We submit as well." Submission isn't just a slogan. Quickly hand over the soul blood. Little Yu narrowed her eyes and stared fiercely at them. This was the most important step. Seeing the 3 of them hesitate again, Little Yu's sword suddenly lit up and sword intent erupted. This was the rhythm of preparing to attack again. Chapter 1272. Qing Yunian and the other 2 trembled in fear. They didn't dare to hesitate any longer and hurriedly took out their soul blood and handed it over. After Little Yu accepted their soul blood, she heaved a sigh of relief. "At least you know what's good for you. Since the 3 of you have already submitted, why don't you order your subordinates to hand over their soul blood? Are you going to watch them be killed?" Little Yu stood up, the corners of her mouth curled up. She sneered and looked at them mockingly. The other Yu clan warriors were forcing the powerful enemies to hand over their soul blood. This was the best way to control them. Qing Yunian and the other 2 patriarchs were helpless. They could only dejectedly order them not to resist and surrender. For a time, drops of soul blood flew out and were collected by the Yu clan warriors. The Yu clan warriors could be said to have gained a lot. They had obtained the submission and affiliation of 3 large tribes in an instant. They could be considered a large tribe. Let's see who would dare to bully them in the future. After Little Yu settled this, she immediately rushed in front of Xiaoyang and knelt down with a plop. "Benefactor, Little Yu is unable to repay your great kindness. I'm willing to repay you with my body." Xiaoyang had saved her for the 2nd time. Moreover, he had saved her entire Yu clan. He had even conquered the Pig clan, Rabbit clan, and Dog clan, instantly increasing their strength. This was simply a huge favor from heaven. One had to know that before this, their Yu clan was already in danger and was almost exterminated. Many Yu clan warriors and members also knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang said, "Get up, there's no need for this. I just happened to have some private matters with your Yu clan. You won't just leave us outside like this, right? This is very impolite." The Yu clan leader hurriedly transmitted, "Little Yu, quickly let Benefactor and the others into the tribe. You're in charge of receiving them. I'll first deal with the submission of the 3 large tribes." I'll accompany you later. Little Yu responded with a yes. Then she smiled and said, Benefactor, let's go to our tribe. They entered the Yu clan tribe. The buildings inside were very simple, and the members of the Yu clan also looked very shabby. It was like a poor human district. Xiaoyang could also understand their lives. As a weak tribe, they were constantly being harassed by the surrounding tribes. They had to hide here and there, but they were still able to preserve many of their tribe's demons. They could be considered to have good leadership. Little Yu was a little ashamed and said, Benefactor, don't despise our tribe for being poor. There will be a day when our Yu tribe will also rise up. Xiaoyang looked at the mermaid encouragingly and said, Xiaoyu, I believe in you. You can do it. Xiaoyu was encouraged and nodded firmly. She was overjoyed. Xiaoyang and the rest sat down in the courtyard while Xiaoyu instructed the other members to serve them fruits and food. It wasn't until evening that the Yu clan patriarch finished his work and came to the courtyard to find Xiaoyang and the others. After entering the courtyard, he said apologetically, My 4 friends, I'm late. Xiaoyang said, Lord Patriarch is busy with all the affairs of the clan. Now that there are so many things waiting to be done, it is our honor to have the time to accompany us. The Yu clan patriarch heaved a sigh of relief and said, Thank you for your help. Otherwise, our Yu tribe would be in danger today. Xiaoyang said, Lord Patriarch, actually we have a request. To be honest, I met the Demon King Vine Demon at the Celestial Mountain and promised him to help send a letter to the Demon Country. Now that the route map is not complete, I hope that, Lord, you can borrow it. The Yu clan patriarch smiled and said, This thing is useless to us. Since you want it, then take it. He waved his hand and took out the route map from his storage ring. Then he sent it to Xiaoyang through his demon power. If I'm not wrong, the Snake Demon Clan and the Monkey Demon Clan both have a route map. If you can get their support, then your route map should be complete. These 3 female warriors are all outstanding elites of their clans. I'm sure the Cat Clan and the Fox Clan also value you. To be honest, I also value you very much. It's just that there are so many things waiting to be done in the Yu clan. I still need Xiaoyu to stay by your side to manage the affairs. Otherwise, I also hope that Xiaoyu can accompany you. The Yu clan patriarch said with some regret. Xiaoyang said gratefully, Lord Patriarch is considerate. If Xiaoyu wants to follow, it won't be too late to come after your Yu clan tribe is stable. He glanced at Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, Lord Patriarch, I still have to send a letter, so I won't stay. Let's meet again in the future. The Yu clan patriarch tried to persuade him to stay, but Xiaoyang had already made up his mind. Xiaoyu could only send him off with tears in her eyes, reluctant to part. It was rare to see Millie and Elisa again. He was really happy, but they were about to part. In order to avoid the sadness of parting, Xiaoyang cupped his fists and immediately operated his cultivation. He instantly left with Elisa, Onli, and Millie. Benefactor, Millie, Elisa. Xiaoyu shouted in the empty courtyard. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yu clan tribe still needed her, she would have followed them. The Yu clan patriarch said, Xiaoyu, it's been hard on you. Come and work. When the Yu clan tribe is stable, you can follow them. At that time, even if you go to the human race, I won't object. Xiaoyu's eyes immediately lit up, and she said emotionally, Yes, Patriarch. She had hope again. On the flying ship, Xiaoyang asked, Do you know the location of the Snake Clan tribe? Elisa, Onli, and Millie looked at each other and shook their heads. Xiaoyang slapped his head, a little embarrassed. He had forgotten to ask the Yu clan patriarch about the Snake Clan tribe and the Monkey Clan tribe. He intended to return and ask. Millie said, Perhaps they don't know, but the Yu clan patriarch is not a rash person. Thus, Xiaoyang gave up on the idea of returning. He changed direction and headed in the direction of the demon newspaper town. Perhaps he could find the information he needed in the demon newspaper town. After Xiaoyang and the others arrived at the demon newspaper town again, the many demons in the town were also flustered and uneasy. Previously, when Xiaoyang and the others arrived at the demon newspaper town, they directly killed the great demons of King Wu's level. Then they left in a hurry. God knows why they came back this time. One had to know that when Xiaoyang and the others first came to the demon newspaper town, these demons had offended Xiaoyang and the others. They even threatened to play Elisa, Onli and Millie to death. If Xiaoyang and the others came back for revenge, then they were definitely dead. You come here. After Xiaoyang entered the demon newspaper town, he casually pointed and let the demon with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks come over. That little demon was frightened and his liver trembled. He braced himself and walked over, lowered his head, and asked nervously, "Senior, welcome to the demon newspaper town. Is there anything I can help you with?" Xiaoyang asked, "You don't have to be afraid. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so long ago. I wouldn't have waited until now. Tell me, how do I get to the demon newspaper tower?" Chapter 1273. It's in front, in the middle of the town. There's a big signboard there, it's easy to find. The little demon hurriedly answered. At the same time, he muttered in his heart that Xiaoyang and the others wouldn't be looking for trouble with the Yaoyao Tower, would they? Many demons watched as Xiaoyang and the others walked towards the Yaoyao Tower. They entered the Yaoyao Tower. Xiaoyang saw the Tower Master in the hall. The Tower Master of the Yaoyao Tower was an old demon, and his cultivation was also at the level of King Wu. Relying on his King Wu level cultivation, he had been doing well in the Yaoyao Tower these few years, and others had to be courteous to him when they met. But even so, in the face of Xiaoyang and the others' aggressive approach, he also humbled himself. The Tower Master smiled and hurriedly trotted over to greet Xiaoyang and the others, saying with a smile, "Oh, Senior, you've come. I just heard the news and was about to go greet you." Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Tower Master, don't worry, I've come to inquire about the Monkey Tribe and the Snake Tribe." The Tower Master hurriedly said, "Senior, you've come to the right place. I'm not bragging, but this Tower Master is the best at information in this area. I'm very sorry that you were attacked by the demons when you entered the Yaoyao Tower. For this reason, I've specially sent you information about the Snake Tribe. As for the Monkey Tribe, you may have to wait a year or so because the film crew moved the Monkey Tribe half a year ago. Even I don't know where they went." Xiaoyang's eyes lit up with appreciation. "You're very good. Speak. Tell me about the Snake Tribe." Actually, when he was destroying that great demon, Xiaoyang had sensed the aura of another great demon in the Yaoyao Tower. It was probably this Tower Master. Previously, this Tower Master didn't act rashly, so Xiaoyang didn't pay attention to him. Now that this Tower Master was so tactful, there was even less reason to make trouble for him. The Tower Master hurriedly selected one of the many jade slips, then respectfully handed it to Xiaoyang and asked, "Senior, we mainly exchange information. If Senior also knows some information, I am willing to exchange it with something of equivalent value." Xiaoyang chuckled and lamented that the OP really knew how to do business. He smiled and said, "Yes, the Cat Clan has subdued the Ox Clan. The Ox Clan is no longer independent. The Fox Clan subdued the Tiger Clan, and the Tiger Clan was no longer independent. The Fish Clan has just subdued the Pig Clan, the Rabbit Clan, and the Dog Clan. They are currently recuperating. Does this count as news?" Hiss! The demonic King Tower Master couldn't help but gasp. These pieces of information were incomparably precious and priceless. In particular, the races that Xiaoyang mentioned were all related to Xiaoyang. Just look at the Cat Clan and Fox Clan warriors that Xiaoyang brought with him. It must have been Xiaoyang who easily subdued the other tribes. Thinking about how Xiaoyang hurriedly left Yao newspaper town and headed in the direction of Yao Mountain. If the Tower Master remembered correctly, Yao Mountain was the Fish Clan's temporary foothold. Xiaoyang went and came back, and in just half a day, he directly subdued the three major tribes. It could be seen that Xiaoyang's strength was tyrannical, and also that Xiaoyang had a deep relationship with the Fish Clan. The Tower Master was simply shocked. and was even more respectful to Xiaoyang. Yes, yes, yes. The Tower Master hurriedly recorded these precious pieces of information, greatly excited. Then he handed over his storage ring and handed it to Xiaoyang, saying, "Senior, your information is incomparably precious. This storage ring is my collection over the years, and also the savings of Yao Newspaper Tower. Take a look and see if there's anything that catches your eye. Take it as a reward for these pieces of information." Xiaoyang nodded and did not stand on ceremony. His divine sense entered the storage ring and then searched the items inside. There were many precious items inside and countless rare materials. All kinds of resources were abundant. As long as it was valuable, the Tower Master would carefully preserve it and put it in an important place. As long as it was cheap, the Tower Master would not care about it and directly throw it aside. For example, Xiaoyang saw almost dusty demon pearls. These demon pearls were more than 1,000. As for the items that other Tower Masters thought were valuable, Xiaoyang did not fancy them. At his current realm, these low-level materials were no longer rare. So, Xiaoyang took these demon pearls and at the same time also took a few other rare materials. Then, Xiaoyang returned the storage ring to the Tower Master. After the Tower Master took back the storage ring, he immediately released his divine sense to check the situation inside the storage ring. Don't be fooled by his very generous appearance just now. In reality, he was also very nervous, afraid that Xiaoyang would be greedy and empty all the wealth. Seeing that 99% of the precious items in the storage ring were still there, his smile became even more sincere. "Senior, you are too polite. Perhaps you don't know how precious your information is." The Tower Master very generously handed the storage ring to Elisa, Onley and Millie and said, "3 female warriors, each of you also choose some. Otherwise, my conscience will not be at ease. We have a share too." Elisa, Onley, and Millie simply did not dare to believe it. Joy appeared on their faces as they looked at Xiaoyang. With Xiaoyang's nod and permission, they all found the materials and resources they liked. Both sides could be considered to have a pleasant cooperation. In the end, the Tower Master personally sent Xiaoyang and the others off. After Xiaoyang knew the situation and location of the Snake Tribe from the information Jade slip, he drove the flying ship and flew in the direction of the Snake Tribe. On the flying ship, Xiaoyang looked at the contents of the information Jade slip. In addition to recording the approximate location of the Snake Tribe, it also recorded the recent happenings in the Snake Tribe. It said that the Snake Tribe Patriarch's daughter had contracted a strange disease. They had invited many great demons to help, but they were unable to cure it. This immediately caught Xiaoyang's attention. Of course, this information was updated a year ago. As for how it was now, he did not know if it was still useful. Since the Snake Tribe was able to invite a great demon, it meant that the Snake Tribe was not a small tribe. Xiaoyang continued to look at the information on the Jade slip. Just as Xiaoyang expected, the Snake Tribe was a large tribe. There were more than 10 subsidiary tribes around it, vaguely becoming a small-scale town. Xiaoyang could not help but sigh. The Snake Tribe had developed quite well. Other tribes were pursuing survival and food, but they had already developed and expanded. He estimated that there were many great demons on the level of King Wu. After this trip, Xiaoyang also felt a little pressure. If the Snake Tribe Patriarch did not support him, then it would be difficult. After Xiaoyang finished looking at the contents of the Jade slip, he passed the information Jade slip to Elisa, Onley and Millie and said, "You 3 also take a look." The 3 of them all rushed to take a look. Chapter 1274. After seeing the introduction of the Snake Tribe, they were all shocked. Elisa said excitedly, "Little Green Snake's tribe has actually developed into a large tribe. This is really something to celebrate. I wonder what expression she will have when she sees us." Other than Little Green Snake, there was only Little Monkey left. These were all their good friends from before. After flying for half a day, following the route recorded in the Jade slip, they finally arrived at the Snake Tribe. The snake tribe was really large. Looking down from the sky, they could see that the snake tribe was in the middle, and around them were subsidiary tribes. There were more than 10 of them. This made Elisa, Onley, and Millie shocked for a long time. Compared to their tribe, the snake tribe was much more valiant. Let's go down. Xiao Yang controlled the flying ship to slowly descend. The place they landed at was the border of the snake tribe's territory. For such a large tribe, if they landed directly in front of their door, they would be viewed as a challenge to their dignity. Even if the snake tribe didn't care, their subsidiary tribes would definitely make things difficult for them. In order to avoid this trouble, they followed the rules of the demon domain. The place they landed at was the ant tribe. The ant tribe quickly discovered Xiao Yang and the others, and immediately prepared for battle with an attitude of hostility. Especially when they saw Xiao Yang, their eyes almost emitted green light. The flesh and essence of human cultivators were great supplements for them. But facing Elisa, Onley, Millie, and the other members of the demon race, they didn't dare to let down their guard. Cat tribe, fox tribe, what are you doing here? You actually colluded with humans. This is the disgrace of our demon race. The ant tribe's leader, Black Tentacle, stood out and loudly criticized Elisa, Onley, and Millie. Elisa said, "We are here to find Little Green Snake. We are friends. You better obediently go up and report to the snake tribe. Otherwise, your ant tribe will be in trouble." The ant tribe's leader frowned. If these fellows really knew the snake tribe, then it wouldn't be good. Originally, he was planning to have a taste of humans. Who knows if what you said is true or false? Do you have any keepsakes? The ant tribe's leader, Hei, shouted loudly. He was half convinced and half doubtful, his temper also restrained. The snake tribe was their main tribe. As a subsidiary tribe, the ant tribe naturally didn't dare to offend their friends. We really don't have a keepsake. However, we really do know the little green snake. You can just report it to us. Elisa shouted unwillingly. The leader of the ant tribe, Hei, coldly laughed and said, "Who would believe you? In this day and age, it's not like you're the first to pretend to be friends from the snake tribe. Quickly leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. You ant demon, how can you be like this? We might be lying to you." And Li cursed angrily. There was nothing Millie could do about it. Xiao Yang said calmly, "Ant tribe leader, I also know medical skills. I heard that the snake tribe leader's daughter is suffering from a strange illness. If I succeed in curing her, you will also have the merit of recommending me. So why don't you inform me?" The ant tribe leader's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at Xiao Yang from head to toe. After thinking for a while, he hesitated and said, "If I recommend you and you fail, I will also be punished." Xiao Yang smiled and said, "The content of your report is that the little green snake's friend is here. So, you don't have any responsibility." The eyes of the ant tribe leader, Hei, lit up again. He raised his antennae and gave Xiao Yang a thumbs up. He said, "Then let's make it clear first. If you succeed in curing the tribe leader's daughter, don't forget me. If you fail, I won't be responsible either." "No problem. If you don't want to be straightforward, I'll go to other tribes now." The ant tribe leader, Hei, became anxious and said hurriedly, "Don't. I'll go now. I'll go personally." Then he hurriedly left. He used his movement technique and flew to the snake tribe. Only a fool wouldn't do something like taking benefits without taking responsibility. This old thing is really despicable. Elisa snorted coldly. She looked dissatisfied. Onley and Millie were also indignant. They said, "When we see the little green snake, we'll definitely complain about him." Not long after, the ant tribe leader, Hei, returned. When he returned, he brought a demon with him. That demon had a human head and a snake body. From afar, Elisa and Millie shouted excitedly, "Little green snake, you're here!" The little green snake was also very excited. When Hei told her that his friends had come, she didn't believe it. After Hei repeatedly assured her, she came to take a look. Then She saw Elisa, Millie, Onli, and Xiaoyang. Benefactor, Elisa, Millie, you're all here? I'm so happy. The little green snake said happily. Hey, he was originally skeptical of Elisa's words. Now that he saw the little green snake's enthusiastic attitude, he heaved a sigh of relief. He completely believed in the friendship between them. Benefactor, you've finally come to the demon region. Let's go. I'll bring you back to the tribe. I'll give you good food. The little green snake pulled Xiaoyang and also pulled Elisa and the others, urging them to leave. The group used their movement techniques and flew toward the snake tribe. When they arrived at the snake tribe, the entrance was guarded by demons. When they saw the little green snake, they immediately let them go. When they returned to the little green snake's exclusive courtyard, she said, Benefactor, Elisa, you guys wait for me here. I'll order them to prepare a lot of food. I forgot to tell you, I'm the daughter of the snake tribe's great elder. Therefore, my privileges and treatment are very good. The little green snake excitedly introduced. Not long after, many delicious spirit fruits, demon fruits, and spirit wine were served. Wow, so much good food. Little green snake, I'm so envious of you. I'm going to eat. Millie, Elisa, and Onli were very excited. They quickly sat down and started eating. The little green snake also didn't want to fall behind. After sitting down, she picked up the good food and handed it to Xiaoyang. Benefactor, you should eat more too. After eating, the little green snake said, Benefactor, Elisa, Onli, Millie, I think you guys can stay here in the future. I guarantee you'll have this much good food every day. She happily made the promise. If it wasn't for the fact that they had to escort Xiaoyang to the demon country, they would definitely agree. Elisa said, Little green snake, your life here is so good. However, Benefactor still has to go to the demon country to deliver a letter for the demon king, Vine Demon. Therefore, we can only follow. After we finish our mission, we might be able to come back here to eat good food. Onli and Millie quickly nodded. Xiaoyang said, You guys, actually, the snake tribe is not bad. If you guys are willing to stay and cultivate, it's also good. After I deliver the letter, I'll return to the Bloomin territory. There's a dynasty we're going on there. Chapter 1275. Millie said, I promised the chief that I would escort you to the country of demons. So, let's talk after we get there. Little green snake giggled. Wow, hurry up. You guys are so fun. I want to play with you too. Elisa and Enli's faces darkened. I reckon your tribe won't allow it, because there might be danger along the way. Little green snake curled his lips and said, What are you afraid of? Weren't we captured by the human race back then? What's the big deal? This was an extremely daring person, completely lawless and out of control. Besides, if the tribe doesn't allow it, I'll sneak out. Little green snake said excitedly. It seemed like he did this kind of thing quite often. This made Xiaoyang and the others not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoyang said, Little green snake, I want to see your chief. I wonder if you can arrange it. He mainly wanted to get the map of the snake chief. Otherwise, there was no way to reach the country of demons. Little green snake tilted his head and looked at Xiaoyang curiously. He thought for a moment and said, Benefactor, why do you want to see my chief? You don't have any bad ideas, do you? Our chief is publicly recognized as a great beauty. However, I support you in flirting with her. When the time comes, you guys will have the final say in the tribe. Just protect me. What are you talking about? Don't shoot your mouth off. Elisa and Millie reprimanded softly. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Only the fearless little green snake dared to open his mouth so unscrupulously. Xiaoyang smiled and said, I respect your Lord Patriarch. The reason I'm looking for her is because I want to borrow a map to the country of demons. Little green snake smiled and said, Okay, what's the big deal? Then let's go. I'll take you guys to see my aunt. However, I can't do it for free. You have to give me a fun gift. Little green snake said mischievously. Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Okay, I just happen to have a fun item that suits you." He took out a treasure from his storage ring, the snake chief's scepter. The handle of this scepter was carved with a lifelike snake king. The scepter was completely black, 4 to 5 feet long, and the body of the scepter was round. "Wow, what is this?" "It's so exquisite and full of spiritual energy." As soon as the little green snake saw the Snake Clan's scepter, it immediately fell in love with it. She didn't know what the symbol of the Snake Clan's scepter was, but she knew that it looked good and should be fun to play with. Only Elisa and Millie gasped as they looked at the Snake Clan's scepter in disbelief. In ancient times, the Snake Clan's scepter symbolized the status of a king that was above millions of snake demons. It had a high position and great authority. He had never thought that Xiaoyang would actually possess the Snake Clan scepter. The significance of this was too great. Even in this era, they still knew of the Snake Clan scepter. From this, it could be seen how famous the Snake Clan scepter was. Perhaps the snake tribe would rather sacrifice their lives to obtain it. Xiaoyang had his own considerations when he took out the snake scepter. Firstly, the snake tribe was already powerful enough and could be considered a large tribe. The appearance of the snake tribe scepter would only further increase their prestige and show their legitimacy. Secondly, although this treasure would attract the attention of many demon clans, the snake tribe had the ability to protect him, causing other demon clans to shrink back. It could be said that this was something that would only benefit the snake tribe. If he used this treasure to exchange for the snake tribe's map, the snake tribe would definitely agree, because the value of this treasure had long surpassed the value of the map. Elisa and Millie looked at the innocent little green snake with envy in their eyes. Perhaps it was because Xiaoyang liked her innocence that he gave her such a valuable gift. Looking at the little green snake, she took the Snake Clan scepter and began to play with it. She touched it here, touched it there, and then carefully observed it. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Xiaoyang said, "Little green snake, other than looking good, this scepter has other uses. You can try to use your demon chi to control the scepter." "Oh," the little green snake responded, and then released her demon chi in an attempt to control the Snake Clan scepter. The Snake Clan scepter actually emitted a bright light and then condensed into a snake shadow. Wow, so cool. The little green snake was extremely excited, especially when she saw the snake shadow. She smiled so widely that even her eyes narrowed. You are also from the snake tribe? Why haven't I seen you before?" The little green snake asked the snake shadow. That snake shadow was the weapon spirit of the Snake Clan scepter. "Little green snake, you activated me? All right, as noble as I am, I will save myself the trouble and be your friend." The weapon spirit said proudly, "Waha, you are too cute." The little green snake was overjoyed and excitedly jumped on the spot. She really didn't expect that the Snake Clan's scepter had a creature of the same race. Yes, in the little green snake's eyes, this weapon spirit was a creature. Xiaoyang smiled but didn't say anything. Elisa said enviously, "Little green snake, you are really lucky. We are so envious of you. Try using the scepter to attack." Hearing this, the little green snake nodded and said, "Okay." Then, with a thought, a ray of light instantly shot out from the Snake Clan scepter. With a boom, it directly blasted the rockery not far away into smithereens. Wow, such power. The little green snake liked it even more. She couldn't contain her joy. Xiaoyang asked with a smile, "How is it? Do you like it?" The little green snake hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, I like it. I like it very much. Thank you, benefactor. Let's go. I will take you to see my aunt. Don't worry, if she doesn't give it to you, I will steal it for you." Xiaoyang and the others couldn't help but laugh. The group of people went towards the back mountain. Soon, they arrived at a cave residence. "Aunt, I brought my friend to see you." The little green snake shouted at the entrance of the cave residence. Not long after, The door of the cave residence slowly opened, and a beautiful figure appeared. The little green snake was right. This was really a great beauty, with the face of a flower and the face of the moon, devastatingly beautiful. Little green snake, didn't I tell you before? Aunt is in seclusion. If it is not necessary, don't disturb me. The leader of the snake clan, White Snake, said softly. It was lively and beautiful. All right, introduce your friend to me. The White Snake said gently. The little green snake said with a smile, Hey, this is my benefactor. He was the one who saved me in the human race. This is Millie, a female warrior of the cat clan. These two are Elisa and Onli, female warriors of the fox clan. The little green snake said to Xiaoyang and the others, Benefactor Elisa, you see, this is my aunt, the leader of the snake clan. She is beautiful, right? I didn't lie to you. Benefactor, you have to work hard. It made Xiaoyang feel awkward. The white snake's face also turned red. This little green snake was so innocent and blabbering. Really, the white snake said in a dignified manner, This human, I am very grateful to you for saving my little green snake. Now, my snake clan is not small. If you need anything, just ask. Chapter 1276. Elisa, only Millie, if you are willing, you can stay in the snake tribe. It's rare for the little green snake to like you. Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said, Lord Patriarch, I do have a request. The white snake's expression darkened, thinking, Humans are really like this. They definitely didn't give in vain. They will always get something in return. Therefore, the white snake also became colder and said, Human, please speak, whether it is wealth, cultivation resources, military strength, etc. I can give it to you. Xiaoyang said, I want to borrow the route map to the demon country. I hope Lord Patriarch can allow it. Because I once promised the demon king, Vine Demon, at the Immortal Mountain to help him send a letter to the demon country. And I lack the route map of the snake tribe and the monkey tribe. So I took the liberty to disturb you. The white snake was slightly relieved, because this was not a difficult matter for her. She thought that Xiaoyang would make some excessive request. At that time she would have to consider carefully. This is not difficult. I will hand it to you. The white snake agreed. Then, with a flick of her finger, a ray of light instantly shot toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang waved his hand and easily caught the light. When the light faded, an incomplete route map was revealed. Xiaoyang also hurriedly took out the other route maps and put them together. At a glance, it was almost complete. Only a corner was missing. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Patriarch. I am proficient in medical skills. I heard that Lord Patriarch's beloved daughter has a strange disease. I can give it a try. Xiaoyang said gratefully. The white snake slightly narrowed her eyes and looked at Xiaoyang thoughtfully. When she sent out the route map, she also wanted to take the opportunity to test Xiaoyang's cultivation. To be able to easily break her martial arts and get the route map so easily, it could be seen that Xiaoyang's cultivation was not low. Hearing that Xiaoyang also knew medical skills, the white snake was slightly surprised. Thinking for a moment, she said, Human, what you heard is true. But now I have invited many doctors. If you interfere, I am afraid it will cause them to be dissatisfied. Even White Snake didn't want to offend those doctors. Xiaoyang sighed and said, If that's the case, then forget it. I have nothing else to do, so I'll take my leave. Little Green Snake, I'll visit you again next time. Little Green Snake took out the Snake Clan's scepter from the storage ring and played with it. When she heard that Xiaoyang was going to leave, she was reluctant to part with him. She wrinkled her face and said, Benefactor, stay for one more day. I still have a lot of delicious food. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Little Green Snake, Benefactor still has to rush back after delivering the letter. Therefore, time doesn't allow for it. All right. Little Green Snake was reluctant. White Snake looked at Little Green Snake and was about to say a few words of comfort when her gaze was attracted by the Snake Clan's scepter that Little Green Snake was playing with. This is the Snake Clan's scepter. After all, she was someone who knew what was good for her. Even Elisa and Millie knew about this thing. As the chief of the snake tribe, he knew a lot about the snake scepter. She couldn't help but be shocked. This was simply a treasure among treasures. No other treasures could compare to it. This was simply a priceless treasure. To the snake tribe, its symbolic meaning was greater than its practical use. Moreover, this snake clan's scepter had a wide range of uses. It was obviously an extraordinary item. White Snake was so excited that her face was flushed red. She took the Snake Clan's scepter from Little Green Snake's hands and looked it up and down. She said, "Little Green Snake, where did you get this Snake Clan scepter? I've never seen you play with it before." Little Green Snake was instantly unhappy when the Snake Clan scepter was snatched away. He immediately said, "Auntie, you're an adult. It's wrong to snatch my things like this." Now that they were in front of outsiders, White Snake was a little embarrassed by Little Green Snake's words. She said, "Little Green Snake, it's Anie's fault. Now, quickly tell me, where did you get this Snake Clan scepter?" This Snake Clan scepter was too precious. It definitely couldn't have appeared out of thin air. Little Green Snake looked at Xiaoyang and pointed at Xiaoyang. He said, "Hey, it was given to me by my benefactor. Benefactor said that it was a gift to me. So you can't snatch it from me." What? White Snake looked at Xiaoyang in shock. Oh my God. Xiaoyang actually had the Snake Clan scepter and gave it to Little Green Snake. So casually. This made her feel very complicated. If giving out the map just now was to help Little Green Snake repay the kindness, then the kindness of this Snake Clan scepter was something she couldn't repay at all. She even put on a cold expression just now. Thinking about it, it really made her feel ashamed. "Young master, please stay for a day. My tribe's treasury still has some good treasures. You can take them all," White Snake said lightly. Xiaoyang said, "No, we'll talk about it another day. Let's go." The group turned around and walked towards the foot of the mountain. "Ah, let go of me. I don't want to take medicine. Scram, go." Curses and screams rang out. The sound traveled very far. Even Xiaoyang heard it. Little Green Snake immediately said, "Little Red Snake is sick and refuses treatment. I'm going to see Little Red Snake. I'll comfort her." Then she waved goodbye to Xiaoyang and the others at the foot of the mountain. Then she turned around and took the Snake Clan's scepter from White Snake's hand. She flew towards another cave. This time, she flew by controlling the Snake Clan scepter and not by relying on her own demonic power. This made White Snake envious. "Benefactor, are we going to leave just like that? If we can help Little Red Snake, I feel that it's better to help." Elisa couldn't bear to persuade him. After all, those screams were too pitiful. Only and Millie said, "Yes, benefactor. Moreover, this is Little Green Snake's playmate." Xiaoyang originally didn't want to be a busybody. Moreover, the patriarch had declined. If he went up, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? This would cause people to gossip. But he couldn't stand the three women's nagging. He could only agree and said, "All right then, let's go take a look. Actually, we might not be able to help her." Several rays of light immediately left the place and followed the Little Green Snake. Soon, they followed Little Green Snake to another cave. At the same time, White Snake also arrived. They met again. Xiaoyang hurriedly said, "I'm just going to take a look. I won't interfere with your treatment." He was worried that White Snake would misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained. White Snake nodded and sighed. She hurriedly entered the cave. Xiaoyang and the others also hurriedly followed. After entering the cave, they saw more than 10 doctors fiddling with all kinds of medicinal herbs. The smell of medicine was very strong and a little choked the nose. At the same time, doctors were also transferring demonic power to Little Red Snake. But Little Red Snake couldn't absorb these demonic powers at all. Instead, she released a majestic demonic power to resist. Not long after, the two doctors who were transferring demonic power were immediately shaken away. Chapter 1277. Lord Patriarch. When the doctors saw White Snake arrive, they hurriedly came over to greet her. They all frowned and had ugly expressions. From their expressions and actions, it was obvious that they had failed again as usual. They had no idea what to do about the little red snake's strange illness. They were completely helpless. Little Red was struggling in pain, letting out painful cries. Her hands and feet were tied with iron chains, and she couldn't break free no matter how hard she tried. Little Red, I'm Little Green. I'm here to accompany you." Little Green moved to Little Red's side and looked at her worriedly. After Little Red Snake noticed Little Green Snake, she slowly calmed down and stared at Little Green Snake with red eyes. Little Green Snake said, "Little Red Snake, you don't know, right? I met my benefactor. She's the one I told you about before. She's very nice to me. She even gave me a gift. Look, isn't it beautiful?" She showed the Snake Clan's scepter to Little Red. Little Red took a look and her pupils couldn't help but shrink. She stared at Little Green in shock. She wasn't as innocent and naive as Little Green Snake. She knew a lot of things. This Snake Clan's scepter wasn't simple. Little Green sighed and said, "It's a pity that Benefactor has to go to the demon country to deliver a letter to the Vine Demon. Otherwise, I could bring her to see you. Benefactor is very powerful. She might be able to help you." The Snake Clan's patriarch, White Snake, slowly walked over. Her face was anxious and her eyes were wet. She looked at Little Red with heartache and didn't say a word. The other doctors said, "Lord Patriarch, this can't go on. During this period of time, not only has the illness not stabilized, it has accelerated. I'm afraid that it will completely go out of control in half a month at most." White Snake, the chief of the snake tribe, couldn't help but look gloomy after hearing this. Her expression was a little ugly. She really wanted to scold these doctors. "What the hell are you doing? You're completely useless. Even now, you still haven't come up with a result. My daughter has suffered so much for nothing. Do you want to die?" However, she still suppressed her temper and didn't get angry at them. As a patriarch, temperament and recuperation were the most important. White Snake was unwilling to give up. She asked calmly, "Then do you have any other plans?" One of the doctors walked up and said, "Lord Clan Leader, we will cripple the young clan leader's demonic energy. In the future, she can only be an ordinary demon. Maybe this will be able to protect the young clan leader." When White Snake heard this result, his face turned even paler. For a demon, crippling her demon power was equivalent to completely obliterating her. This was because the demon clan followed the law of the jungle. Only the fittest would survive, and only the fittest would survive. A demon clan without any demonic power would not even have the ability to protect themselves. They could only be bullied and killed by other demon clans. Even though White Snake was the chief of the tribe and could protect Little Red for most of her life, there would be a day when White Snake would grow old. Little Red could only rely on herself in the end. Otherwise, it would be like living under someone else's roof. This was because she was about to receive someone else's care and kindness. This was something that would last her for the rest of her life. You should know how important demonic power is to a demonic beast. The White Snake said coldly. Her temperament was cold and her face was frosty. The chief doctor broke out in a cold sweat. He lowered his head and said with difficulty, "Then there's no other way for now. Trash, get out of here." White Snake finally could not suppress her temper. With a shout, she chased them away. These doctors did not dare to stay and hurriedly left. White Snake's eyes were moist. Her gaze landed on Xiaoyang and the rest. She said indifferently, "You guys should leave too. Many doctors can't do anything. Don't make things difficult for yourselves. Maybe Benefactor has a way." Why don't you let Benefactor try? Elisa argued. She was a little unwilling. The other party clearly did not trust them and looked down on their medical skills. After Little Green Snake heard a familiar voice, she immediately turned her head and saw Elisa and the rest. She immediately said excitedly, "Elisa, Million, the Benefactor, you guys haven't left yet? I thought you guys left just now. Are you guys also here to visit Little Red Snake?" Little Green Snake was very happy. Then she hurriedly introduced to Little Red Snake. "Little Red Snake, do you see that human? That's my benefactor. Originally, he was going to leave just now. I guess he was worried about you, so he came to see you." Little Red Snake's red eyes swept over Xiaoyang. She nodded slightly and then calmly retracted her gaze. She forced a smile and looked at Little Green Snake, indicating that she had seen him. Little Green Snake was very excited. She had a feeling of sharing joy. Then she shouted to Xiaoyang, "Benefactor, do you have a way to help Little Red Snake?" White Snake glared at Little Green Snake and said, "Little Green Snake, so many tribe doctors are also helpless. It's rare for Benefactor to maintain a good image in your heart. If he fails, this good image of you will collapse." Little Green Snake angrily glared back at White Snake. She said unwillingly, "I think Benefactor can definitely do it." Xiaoyang stepped forward with a smile and said, "Yes, Little Green Snake, your eyes are very good. Little Red Snake's illness can be cured." Wow, I was right. I knew it. Little Green Snake was very excited and shouted. White Snake's expression was awkward for a moment. She quickly recovered and said, "Benefactor, if you really have a way to help Little Red Snake, please lend a helping hand. I can't thank you enough." Elisa, Only, and Millie were also very happy. They advised, "Benefactor, please help Little Red Snake." Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Even if you didn't advise me, I would still help." Xiaoyang looked at Little Red Snake and asked, "Do you have a relapse every 15th of every month? Your demonic energy will explode and you can't control it. Even if you take medicine and external force to suppress it, it's useless?" Little Red Snake didn't say anything. White Snake opened her eyes wide and looked at Xiaoyang in shock. She said, "Benefactor, how did you know?" Little Red Snake's illness only broke out a limited number of demonic beasts knew. The news was not leaked. Xiaoyang could see this illness at a glance. It seemed that he had some ability. Perhaps he really could save Little Red Snake. White Snake hurriedly bowed and begged, "Benefactor, please save Little Red Snake. I will agree to all your requests." Little Green Snake teased and said, "Auntie, Benefactor will definitely help. Why don't you just marry Benefactor directly?" White Snake's face turned red. She awkwardly glared at Little Green Snake and didn't say anything. Then she secretly glanced at Xiaoyang from the corner of her eyes. Xiaoyang directly ignored this topic and said, "It seems that my judgment was right. Little Red Snake actually fused with a demonic king level demonic core for some unknown reason. A demonic king level demonic beast's cultivation was at least at the second level of Kingwu." Chapter 1278. Xiaoyang said, "The monster core in the Little Red Snake's body is constantly releasing monster chi. In the beginning, the Little Red Snake could still absorb the monster chi and use it to increase its own monster chi. However, as the monster core released more and more monster chi, the Little Red Snake could no longer absorb it, causing the monster chi to leak out." "What should we do?" the White Snake asked nervously. Xiaoyang said, "The other doctor's judgment is correct. If there is no way to remove the monster core's monster chi within half a month, the Little Red Snake will go berserk and even explode." When the White Snake heard this, she almost fainted and staggered. Fortunately, Little Green Snake's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She hurriedly supported her and asked with concern, "Auntie, what's wrong?" "They all said that Benefactor can cure it. Look at how scared you are." The white snake barely recovered her emotions and begged, "Benefactor, quickly treat it." Xiao Yang nodded and asked the little red snake, "Little red snake, do you occasionally hear other voices in your mind, such as another consciousness that wants to control your body or persuade you?" The little red snake stared at Xiao Yang with its bloodshot eyes. It tilted its head and looked at Xiao Yang, grinning. The voice was very young at first, but after a while it became old and then very young again. Who is in my daughter's body?" The white snake immediately sensed the strangeness and couldn't help but change her expression and reprimand. Xiao Yang said, "This is the remnant soul of the monster core of the Monster King level. He was unwilling to die, so he wanted to control the little red snake. However, the little red snake didn't give in, so the monster chi went berserk." The white snake was even more worried. She really didn't expect a Monster King level monster to attack her daughter. "What should we do, benefactor?" She seemed to have lost her head out of fear and was in a daze. Xiao Yang comforted her. "It's not difficult. I just need to suppress this remnant soul. This way, the little red snake can still use the monster core for her own use and break through to the monster core level." The monster core level was the level of King Wu. Although Xiao Yang made it sound easy, it was actually very difficult. At the very least, White Snake could feel how difficult it was. Although the other party was only a remnant soul, it was still at the Demon King level. Even White Snake didn't think she had the strength to suppress it. She wondered where Xiao Yang got the confidence to threaten to suppress a Demon King. The White Snake immediately asked, "Benefactor, how can I help you?" She was at least a great demon with a cultivation level of King Wu. She should be able to help. Xiao Yang said, "You just need to stand guard at the side. I can do it alone." Alone? The white snake was a little shocked, and its expression was one of disbelief. Elisa, Onli, and Millie were also nervous and expectant. Although they knew that Xiao Yang was very strong, they didn't know how strong Xiao Yang was. Now he had to suppress the remnant soul of a second stage Demon King of King Wu. That was no laughing matter. They had no other choice but to believe it. Little Green Snake clenched her fist and said encouragingly, "Benefactor, you can do it. I have faith in you." Xiao Yang smiled and waved for them to step back. "Little Red Snake, don't worry. Just hold on to your will." Xiao Yang comforted Little Red Snake. Then he used the soul-refining art and released a huge amount of divine sense. It instantly invaded Little Red Snake's sea of consciousness and condensed into an image of him in Little Red Snake's sea of consciousness. "Demon King, I can give you a chance to live. Leave here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Xiao Yang's condensed figure stood in the empty sea of consciousness and sent out a gentle thought. This thought swept through every corner of Little Red Snake's sea of consciousness. Not long after, another Demon King's figure slowly condensed in front of Xiao Yang. However, the figure was very faint. It seemed that its strength had been greatly reduced and was no longer as strong as before. That Demon King said coldly, "Human, this is a matter between the demon realm. Don't interfere. Otherwise, I will directly destroy you here. Big brother, you should leave. You are not a match for the Demon King. I am already very satisfied to be able to see you." Little Red Snake's soul also shouted at Xiao Yang. Seeing Little Red Snake's worried look, Xiao Yang knew what she was thinking. Xiao Yang revealed a charming smile and comforted her. "Little Red Snake, your real body is much more beautiful than the physical body outside. Don't worry, Big Brother will be fine." The Demon King shouted, "Human, you are courting death. Since you insist on interfering, then I have no choice but to kill you." A tyrannical divine sense instantly burst out and directly rushed toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang used the soul-refining art again and released an even more powerful divine sense. The two divine senses instantly collided. There was no shocking explosion and no sound. There was only silent contact and confrontation. The divine senses of both sides were constantly devouring and eroding each other, although their soul shadows were engaged in an intense battle in the outside world. Xiaoyang's figure stood there motionless. However, after a long time, his face became slightly pale and his forehead gradually overflowed with cold sweat. This made White Snake, Elisa, Onley, and Millie anxious in their hearts. Although they did not know what had happened, they knew that Xiaoyang must have encountered an extremely difficult problem and was facing a great challenge. In Little Red Snake's Sea of Consciousness, the Demon King's remnant soul's expression changed greatly. He turned pale with fright and said, "What? Human, you have also reached the second stage of King Wu?" He simply could not believe it. Although he was also a second stage King Wu, he was now a remnant soul, and his strength had long fallen. Now he could barely exert the cultivation of a King Wu, which was comparable to a great demon. In this state, how could he be Xiaoyang's opponent? Xiaoyang used the soul-refining art on one side and also used the basic version of the spiritual attack, Traceless Dream, on the other side. Another tyrannical divine sense was released from Xiaoyang's figure. In an instant, it engulfed the entire sea of consciousness and directly covered the Demon King's remnant soul's divine sense. The Demon King's remnant soul was already not Xiaoyang's match and was already showing signs of weakness. Now that it suddenly felt another tyrannical suppression, it immediately couldn't hold on any longer. Its divine senses retreated like the tide, and even the condensed soul shadow instantly dimmed. Seeing that his soul shadow was about to dissipate, he immediately fled. He did not want to fight with Xiaoyang because he could not win. Perhaps running away would give him a chance of survival. I gave you a chance just now, and you did not cherish it. Now you want to escape? Isn't it a bit too late? Xiaoyang sneered. Then his two divine senses instantly caught up with the Demon King's remnant soul. Like a dragon chasing after its prey, they instantly caught up with the escaping Demon King's remnant soul. Human, don't force me. If you force me, I will immediately self-destruct and we will all die together. Although I may not be able to hurt you, this little red snake can forget about living. Chapter 1279. The Demon King's remnant soul roared angrily. It looked anxious and fearful. The little red snake mustered her courage and said, "Big brother, kill him. Don't be afraid, I'm not afraid of death. I've had enough during this period. Even if I die, I'll be free." It could be seen how much the little red snake hated the Demon King. Xiaoyang curled his lips and smiled. "Don't worry, little red snake. Since I've made a move, I'm confident." Following that, he looked mockingly at the Demon King's remnant soul and said, "Demon King, why don't you self-destruct for me to see?" The Demon King's remnant soul was initially hesitant. After all, no one would want to die if they could live. However, he was forced to this point by Xiaoyang, so he had no other choice. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Fine, since you insist, don't blame me." The Demon King's remnant soul immediately performed the self-destruction technique. His remnant soul dimmed, but a violent and ferocious demonic power condensed in an instant, like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was worth noting that this was the little red snake's sea of consciousness. If the demonic power exploded here, even if 100 of the little red snake's seas of consciousness were stacked, they would only collapse. Once the sea of consciousness collapsed, the little red snake would immediately die. Then let's be buried together, human. The Demon King's remnant soul roared and immediately released the temporary demonic power that it obtained from burning its remnant soul. Just as he was about to explode, the sound of a bell reverberated through the air. The Imperial Heaven Tower immediately descended into the little red snake's sea of consciousness and shrouded the Demon King's remnant soul. The explosion of the Demon King's remnant soul's demonic power was limited to the Imperial Heaven Tower, so it did not affect the little red snake's sea of consciousness at all. As the rumbling bell sound dissipated and the Imperial Heaven Tower stopped shaking, Xiaoyang waved his hand and recalled the tower. As for the Demon King's remnant soul, It completely dissipated after the demonic power exploded. At the moment, only Xiaoyang and the little red snake soul shadows were left in the vast sea of consciousness. Xiaoyang said, "Little red snake, I'll teach you the Snake King Sutra. Cultivate it well." The little red snake hurriedly nodded obediently. Xiaoyang tapped on the little red snake's forehead and imparted the Demon King's scripture to her. After the teleportation was completed, Xiaoyang instructed, "Now you can cultivate according to the scripture. I will take advantage of this time to guide you." The little red snake expressed its gratitude and immediately entered a state of cultivation. Cultivating this set of Snake King scripture made her feel like a fish in water. It was as if this set of cultivation techniques had been specially developed for her. Coupled with the fact that she now had an inexhaustible amount of demonic energy, her cultivation was progressing by leaps and bounds. In less than half a cup of tea's time, she had completed a full cycle of cultivation, and her cultivation level was increasing rapidly. Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she was already familiar with the technique. He corrected her and gave her a few instructions before leaving the little red snake's knowledge, sea, and returning to his own body. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that White Snake, Elisa, Only, Millie, and Little Green Snake all had concerned expressions. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, everything is fine. Everything is going well. The Demon King's remnant soul has been destroyed." They all breathed a sigh of relief and revealed joyful smiles on their faces. As the little red snake cultivated the Snake King scripture and continuously absorbed the demonic energy from the Demon King's demon core, her cultivation level and aura were rising steadily. Her aura was also becoming stronger and more ferocious. This change immediately attracted the attention of White Snake, Elisa, and the others. This White Snake looked at the little red snake in disbelief and asked in shock. Xiaoyang explained, "As I said earlier, although this illness is the little red snake's torment, it is also her good fortune. She is going to break through to the Kingwu realm and become a powerful demon. You guys keep an eye on her and don't let anyone disturb her." White Snake gasped and was shocked to the extreme. She then hurriedly walked out of the cave and personally guarded the area, not allowing any demons to disturb her. Elisa, Only, and Millie each took a position to protect the little red snake. Little Green Snake was not to be outdone. She also chose a place and looked around vigilantly. The little red snake's cultivation only lasted for an hour. Her cultivation level instantly soared to the Kingwu realm, and then she easily broke through. A violent aura and a powerful aura were released and enveloped the entire cave. It was so oppressive that Elisa, Only, Millie, and the little green snake couldn't raise their heads. They could only hold on with all their might. Looking at them, it seemed like they were having a hard time holding on. Seeing this, Xiaoyang waved his hand and immediately added a defensive light barrier around them, allowing them to relax in an instant. The little red snake's breakthrough was accompanied by a heavenly tribulation. The sky above the snake tribe was already cloudless. Strong winds swept over and lightning swam in the thick, dark clouds. This astonishing weather phenomenon immediately alerted the Snake Clan tribe, as well as more than 10 affiliated tribes near the Snake Clan tribe. They all looked at the tribulation cloud and tribulation thunder in the sky with astonishment and exclaimed, "Who is going to break through and become a great demon beast? Why wasn't there any news before?" The direct descendants of the Snake tribe were excited and shouted, "Rise of the Snake tribe! Rise of the Snake tribe!" The leader of the Snake tribe, White Snake, was also alarmed. She was in charge of guarding the entrance of the cave to prevent the little red snake from being disturbed by other demons. She saw the heavenly tribulation the most clearly. At this moment, she was both excited and afraid. She was excited because her beloved daughter was going to become a powerful demon. She was afraid because she was worried that the little red snake would fail the tribulation. Rumble! A shocking bolt of lightning instantly struck down from the sky and landed on the mountaintop, splitting it open. Many of the dense forests on the mountaintop were also destroyed, and even caught on fire. Why is this tribulation lightning a little different? It's even more terrifying than before. White Snake frowned. It wasn't this difficult when she was going through the tribulation previously. However, this also showed that the little red snake had great potential. The harder it was to pass the heavenly tribulation, the more powerful it would be. She didn't have time to think. She immediately released her demonic power and extinguished the flames on the mountain top to prevent the flames from causing a huge loss. Inside the cave, the little red snake slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were no longer red, and her body had returned to its original appearance. She also regained the ability to speak. "Little green snake," she called out softly. Little green snake was instantly excited and hurriedly flew to the little red snake. She landed in front of the little red snake and said with a smile, "Little red snake, you've recovered." "Wow, that's great. I knew that our benefactor would definitely be able to do it." Elisa and Lee and Millie also smiled. This was a good thing. Xiaoyang said, "Little green snake, you can reminisce about old times later. Now, the little red snake is going to come out of the cave to pass the tribulation. If she succeeds, her strength will be the same as your aunt. She will be a powerful demon and will be able to protect you in the future. You can cause any trouble you want." Wow! Little green snake cried out again and was extremely excited. Chapter 1280. She said, "Really? That's great. Little red snake, hurry up and go through the tribulation." The group of people walked out of the cave. The door of the cave slowly opened. Little red snake was the first to walk out. When White Snake saw Little red snake, her eyes became wet again. She didn't know what to say. She really didn't expect Little red snake to be able to recover. She thought it was hopeless. This was too much of a surprise. She wasn't ready to welcome it. "Mother." Little red snake stood still and calmly looked at White Snake. She gently called out. White Snake reacted and cried with joy. "Good, good, good. Daughter, I've made you suffer. You've finally recovered. You're good. Go through the tribulation." Further away, many doctors were waiting to be summoned. When they saw Little red snake recover, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. They had been treating Little red snake for a long time. They knew Little red snake's physical condition the best. Even they were helpless. Now, she walked out of the cave safe and sound. This was simply a miracle, especially when this demon was actually a little red snake. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They were so tired that they were dizzy. They were so shocked that their minds went blank, as if their worldview had been shattered. Little red snake circulated her demon power and directly flew into the air, ready to receive the tribulation lightning. At the entrance of the cave, White Snake said gratefully, "Benefactor, thank you for saving me. I didn't believe you before. I'm sorry. I almost killed my daughter." Xiaoyang stopped and calmly said, "It's okay. I'm also happy to help demons. You don't have to take it to heart." White Snake chuckled. "Benefactor, not only are your medical skills outstanding, even your cultivation surpasses mine. I'm really ashamed." Previously, White Snake thought Xiaoyang's cultivation wasn't high. She didn't expect him to be an expert, even stronger than her. After all, Xiaoyang was able to suppress a demon king's remnant soul with his bare hands without harming the little red snake. Just this alone showed that he was much better than the White Snake. Rumble. A powerful tribulation lightning fell and directly struck Little Red Snake's body. Little Red Snake used a defensive light shield and set up layers of defense. It easily blocked the first tribulation lightning. However, the tribulation lightning had only just begun. After the first bolt of tribulation lightning was disintegrated, more than 10 bolts of tribulation lightning came down together. Their aura was shocking, and their damage was off the charts. The little red snake hurriedly stabilized its defense. But this time, it wasn't as easy to deal with it. Boom! Following a series of violent explosions, there was a loud bang. The layers of defense that Little Red Snake had set up were instantly destroyed. One of the lightning bolts struck Little Red Snake's body, severely injuring it. The Little Red Snake's figure was smashed to the ground by the impact. The ground trembled. "Daughter." White Snake immediately panicked. Her face was pale and worried. Little Green Snake also became nervous and called out Little Red Snake's name. Elisa, and Millie watched nervously. They subconsciously tightened their tails and clenched their fists. Rumble. Another thunderous sound was heard. The lightning tribulation did not have sympathy or cruelty. It was emotionless and only followed the laws of nature. All of a sudden, over 100 bolts of lightning descended, each more ferocious and overbearing than the previous one. If all of them hit Little Red Snake would definitely explode into a bloody mist. White Snake couldn't bear to watch her daughter die. She immediately channeled her demonic energy and rushed towards Little Red Snake. At the same time, she said to Xiaoyang, "Benefactor, I couldn't help Little Red Snake before. Now that I can help her, I'm willing to sacrifice myself. I hope you can help Little Red Snake ascend and let him protect the snake tribe." So touching. Elisa and Millie's eyes were wet. Little Green Snake cried and whimpered, "Benefactor, I don't want Ani to die. I also don't want Little Red Snake to die. Please help me." Xiaoyang chuckled and said, "Okay, Little Green Snake. If you don't cry, I'll help you." Little Green Snake immediately stopped. She stared with her pure and clear eyes and puffed up her cheeks, suppressing her crying. Her teary eyes were filled with anticipation. Xiaoyang released the terrifying aura of a rank 2 King Wu. His hands instantly formed seals and used the 9 Heavens Thunder technique. In an instant, countless lightning mountains were summoned and a large sea of lightning was condensed. The sea of lightning floated above Little Red Snake. When the tribulation lightning fell, it was all absorbed by the sea of lightning. It couldn't harm Little Red Snake at all. Originally, Little Red Snake and White Snake were extremely nervous, thinking that the sea of lightning would destroy them. However, when they saw the sea of lightning help them resist the tribulation lightning, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. White Snake felt lucky to have survived death and said, "Benefactor is really our great benefactor." Little Red Snake nodded desperately. Half a cup of tea's time passed. The tribulation lightning slowly dissipated. Xiaoyang also put away the 9 Heavens Thunder technique. He smiled at Little Green Snake and said, "See?" Little Green Snake nodded like a chick eating rice. She even kissed Xiaoyang and said gratefully, "Benefactor is the best." White Snake and Little Red walked over and also said gratefully, "Thank you, Benefactor, for accepting our bow." They knelt on the ground and bowed to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang released his cultivation and helped them up. He said, "This matter is over. I should leave." As soon as he finished, the power of his cultivation swept up Enli, Elisa, and Millie, and he instantly left this place. Benefactor. White Snake, Little Red Snake, and Little Green Snake were so grateful that they were reluctant to leave. The other doctors had looks of admiration and respect on their faces, because they already knew that Xiaoyang was the great benefactor who had saved the Little Red Snake. Unfortunately, they forgot to ask Xiaoyang for medical skills. Just like that, they watched Xiaoyang leave before they reacted. "Hey, young man, walk slowly. What's the rush?" "Young man, wait for me." "Stay, young man. I'll give you all my assets." These doctors hurriedly chased after Xiaoyang while shouting loudly. As doctors, they naturally hoped that their medical skills would improve greatly one day. It was not easy for them to meet an even more awesome doctor. They also wanted to learn a few medical skills from Xiaoyang. Unfortunately, Xiaoyang ran too fast. In addition, their cultivations were not good enough, so it was impossible for them to catch up. White Snake smiled. She was already very satisfied to be able to obtain so many things. She did not have any more pursuits in this life. With the snake scepter, not to mention the precious treasure, Little Red Snake had also recovered. Moreover, it had stepped into King Wu's realm and became a great demon. White Snake only felt that life was filled with happiness. Xiao Yang, Elisa, and Li and Millie had already walked far away. At this moment, they were tens of thousands of feet away and were about to board the flying ship to find the monkey tribe. Now, only the last route was left. Chapter 1281. Hey, benefactor, wait for me. Just as they were about to board the flying ship and leave, Little Green Snake's voice came from behind, shouting as it flew. Wait for me. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Take me with you. Little Green Snake flew anxiously, and after reaching the side of the flying ship, it jumped up. Xiao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, Little Green Snake, you snuck out? Little Green Snake immediately patted its little chest and said righteously, What do you mean I snuck out? I walked out openly. Because no one noticed when it left the tribe. Plus, it left quietly, so when the White Snake and Little Red Snake reacted, it was already too late. Little Green Snake, you actually caught up. Elisa and Lee and Millie joked. Little Green Snake chuckled and said, You guys go and have fun. Don't forget about me. Besides, only I know where Little Monkey is. Yes, Little Green Snake is indispensable. Elisa joked. That's a must. Little Green Snake said excitedly. Then she pondered about this flying ship and said excitedly, Benefactor, what kind of ship is this? It can actually fly. This is so fun. I'll take the helm. So, she acted as the helmsman to steer the flying ship. Left, speed up. I'm off course, right. I overran, slow down. So, she played to her heart's content. But Elisa and Lee and Millie were about to vomit, being jolted back and forth, left and right. They almost couldn't take it. Sometimes it rushed forward, sometimes it braked, sometimes it fell back. They couldn't take it at all. In the end, the 3 female warriors unanimously decided and said, Little Green Snake, you stop. It's our turn to take the helm. We have to take turns. You can't monopolize it. Little Green Snake hurriedly said, You guys have played for so long. Let me play a little longer. If she continued to play, Elisa and the others would vomit blood. Frightened, and Lee hurriedly said, Little Green Snake, we have to be fair, understand? In the end, Little Green Snake reluctantly came down. The airship could finally fly steadily for a while, which made Elisa and Millie feel a little better. However, this kind of driving method made Little Green Snake snort in disdain. It said, Aya, the way you guys drive isn't exciting at all. It's really boring. Mine is more enjoyable. The 3 female warriors ignored her. With the Little Green Snake leading the way, Xiao Yang and the others quickly arrived at the monkey tribe. Because the snake tribe was very famous and belonged to a large tribe, when the monkey tribe saw the Little Green Snake of the snake tribe, they all treated it with respect and did not reject it. Xiao Yang and the others easily entered the monkey tribe. When the elders of the monkey race knew that Xiao Yang and the others wanted to see the patriarch, they all had ugly expressions on their faces and remained silent. Xiao Yang couldn't help but ask, I wonder if Elder Monkey has any difficulties? If I can help, I'll definitely do my best. Elder Monkey looked at Xiao Yang and sighed. It's like this, human. Our patriarch has been trapped in the Demon Master Mansion for more than a year. So it's not that we don't want you to see the patriarch. It's that we can't see him either. What? Trapped in the Demon Master Mansion? Elisa, Millie, and Lee and Little Green Snake were all somewhat shocked. They had also heard of the Demon Master Mansion. It was an ancient relic that covered a huge area. Xiao Yang frowned and asked, Have you thought of rescuing the patriarch of the monkey race? Elder Monkey said dejectedly, Of course we've thought of it. We've even worked hard for it. But it's a pity that the Demon Master Mansion has layers of restrictions. There are formations, pills, puppets, magic treasures, and many other defensive mechanisms. We can't do anything. For example, when we broke a formation with great difficulty, they sent out puppets. When we defeated the puppets with great difficulty, they sent out magic treasures and demonic beasts. It's so annoying. Xiaoyang immediately understood. The demons were not proficient in alchemy and formations. It was already very rare for them to be able to break one of the trapping formations. Moreover, they had to break through many trapping formations. They saw that Xiaoyang was a human. Perhaps he was proficient in these things, so they hoped that Xiaoyang could help. Elder Monkey said, "Human, the entire monkey clan sincerely requests your help. We're willing to accept any price." Xiaoyang said, "Save your patriarch first. Lead the way. We'll go to the demon master mansion." "Thank you, human." Elder Monkey expressed his gratitude and then walked out of the courtyard to accompany some elites of the monkey clan. This time, he personally led the team to the demon master mansion. Little Green Snake said excitedly, "Wow, we're going to a fun place again." The group boarded the flying ship and hurried to the demon master mansion. The demon master mansion covered a large area, and there were many cave residences in it. However, those cave residences had been in disrepair for a long time, coupled with the fact that there were few people around. Many of them were covered in dust and had begun to collapse. When Xiaoyang arrived at this place, he could tell at a glance that this used to be the land of the demon clan's dynasty. However, for some reason, this dynasty was destroyed. He did not want to understand the situation. He only wanted to save the monkey clan's patriarch as soon as possible so that he could get the map and send the letter. Elder Monkey said, "Honorable human, it's not far ahead." Flying was not allowed here, so they could not. After crossing the mountains and arriving at an open space halfway up the mountain, Elder Monkey pointed at a cave residence in front of him and said slowly, "This cave residence was different from the others. It was obviously of a higher grade and more gorgeous. Even the terrain it occupied was of a superior grade. It lived up to its name, the Demon Master. If Xiaoyang's guess was right, this cave residence should be where the Demon Master of the dynasty lived. The status, identity, cultivation, and strength of the Demon Master of a country were unquestionable. It seemed that things were a little tricky. Even if the Demon Master had fallen, the methods he set up were definitely not ordinary. It was no wonder that the Monkey Clan kept failing and could not save the Monkey Clan's patriarch until now. Elder Monkey shouted at the cave residents, "Lord Patriarch, we're here to visit you again. We've brought a human with us." Soon, the Monkey Clan's patriarch's voice came from the cave residents. "Don't waste your energy. There are many restrictions here, and it's not that easy to break through. Moreover, there are dangers. Don't sacrifice yourself for nothing. Elder Monkey, you're the Monkey Clan's patriarch from now on. Manage the Monkey Clan well, and don't let the other tribes bully you." Elder Monkey gritted his teeth and said, "Patriarch, we can't lose you. The Monkey Clan still needs you, so you must hold on." Chapter 1282. Human, please lend us a hand. Elder Monkey begged Xiaoyang once more. Xiaoyang nodded his head and went forth to break the formation. When he got close to the cave, the first layer of restriction appeared. It was called the pill formation. Several psychedelic pills suddenly appeared, releasing a dense fog of qi. Once absorbed, it would confuse one's mind and might even cause one to go berserk. The monkey tribe had suffered quite a bit here previously. Elder Monkey looked at Xiaoyang rushing in and immediately reminded, "Human, be careful. This pill formation is not to be underestimated. It can confuse one's mind." Xiaoyang said indifferently, "It's just a hallucination pill formation. No worries." Xiaoyang waved his hand and deployed a defensive light barrier, isolating himself from the fog. At the same time, he took out the purified pill. With the appearance of the purified pill, the fog in the area was instantly swept away. At the same time, the hallucination pills also disappeared on the spot. The pill formation that had been troubling the monkey tribe was broken, just like that. When Elder Monkey saw this, he was in disbelief. He said in disbelief, This, honorable human lord, you're truly extraordinary." Xiao Yang nodded his head and entered the demon master's residence. Immediately after, numerous puppets appeared and charged at Xiao Yang. Each puppet had the strength of a level 9 Wu Zun. Coupled with their cooperation, their overall combat strength was not low and was comparable to a King Wu. It was no wonder that the monkey tribe was defeated here. Xiao Yang immediately released the aura of a level 2 King Wu and swept the surroundings with his powerful source energy. Instantly, the puppets that were charging at him from all directions were destroyed. Hiss! Wow! Elder Monkey and the other elites of the monkey clan tribe couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. They were dumbstruck and extremely shocked. Xiao Yang was truly too powerful. Their monkey clan tribe had lost at least a dozen elites to the puppet array. Yet, Xiao Yang had destroyed them with a flip of his hand. Just a moment ago, Elder Monkey was still hesitating whether or not he should lead the elites of the monkey clan to help. The little green snake, on the other hand, widened her eyes and let out an uproar. She only felt that at this moment Xiao Yang was so cool. After Xiao Yang broke the puppet array, he continued to venture deeper into the demon master mansion. Immediately after, he encountered the remnant soul of a great demon. The demonic beast's remnant soul belonged to the great demonic beast realm, and its strength was comparable to that of King Wu. The great demon's remnant soul stared at Xiao Yang and said, "Human, retreat quickly. The demon master's residence is not to be trespassed." Xiao Yang said calmly, "I just want to save the monkey chief inside. Please make an exception." The great demon's remnant soul snorted coldly. "Then there's nothing to say? Let's have a match. If you beat me, we can talk about anything." He immediately launched a fierce attack at Xiao Yang, condensing rays of black light and shooting at Xiao Yang. The black light contained a terrifying and extraordinary destructive power. Xiao Yang used his movement technique and dodged easily. Then he formed a seal with both hands and used the 9 Heavens Thunder technique, condensing a bolt of lightning and shooting it directly at the great demon's remnant soul. After the great demon's remnant soul was hit, it instantly turned into ashes. The members of the monkey clan outside the cave were already numb when they saw how fierce Xiao Yang was. Xiao Yang continued to enter and encountered another layer of restriction. Several Dharma treasures attacked on their own. Xiao Yang could not help but grin. He withdrew his cultivation and used his body to fight against the Dharma treasures. Because his body was made of Dharma treasures, there were as many as 6 heaven-grade Dharma treasures integrated into his body. It could be said that his body was indestructible. No matter how the Dharma treasures attacked, they could not hurt Xiao Yang at all. In the end, Xiao Yang used the great grappling hand to suppress the Dharma treasures and put them into his storage ring. After breaking through this magic treasure level, Xiao Yang was able to enter the inner section of the building smoothly. Although Xiao Yang broke through it easily, that was because his cultivation was strong enough. His body was already at King Wu's level 3. Looking at the miserable state of the monkey clan, he knew how difficult it was to break through these taboos. After entering the interior of the demon master's residence, Xiao Yang saw the leader of the monkey clan. The leader of the monkey clan was meditating, cross-legged with a look of despair. He was ready to die. Looking at his body, he was already very thin. Although when one's cultivation reached a certain level, they could not eat or drink. However, the demon master's residence was isolated by many taboos. Even demonic chi was rare. Therefore, under the premise that he could not absorb demonic chi to replenish himself, it was a miracle that the leader of the monkey clan could live until now. Leader of the monkey clan, Xiao Yang called out softly. The leader of the monkey clan suddenly opened his eyes. Just now, Xiao Yang's shout gave him a fright. Because he had been here alone for many years, no one had ever been able to enter. You are? After the leader of the monkey clan calmed down, he asked Xiaoyang in surprise. Xiaoyang smiled and said, I am Xiaoyang. Your elder monkey invited me to save you. Let's go. The leader of the monkey clan took in a cold breath and looked at Xiaoyang a few more times. He really did not expect this young human to be so strong that he could enter this place. Back then, he was able to enter this place because he accidentally triggered a teleportation mechanism. As a result, he was sucked into this place and was trapped here forever. Thank you, benefactor. I will leave now. The leader of the monkey clan did not dare to hesitate. He stood up and followed Xiaoyang out of the cave. Because all the taboos had been broken, there were no disturbances or obstacles along the way. They successfully left the Monster Master's cave. Finally being able to see the light of day, the leader of the monkey clan couldn't help but sigh emotionally. We pay our respects to the leader of the monkey clan. Elder Monkey and the other elites of the monkey clan immediately called out. The leader of the monkey clan said, You are all considerate. This leader will not forget all of you. Elder Monkey said, It is good that the leader of the monkey clan is able to return safely. Also, it was this hero who saved you. He hurriedly introduced Xiaoyang. The leader of the monkey clan nodded and said, Thank you, benefactor, for saving me. Xiaoyang said, Leader of the monkey clan, I came here to borrow the map of the country of demons. I hope you can help me. The leader of the monkey clan said, The country of demons is a secret of our monster domain. Logically speaking, we cannot casually lend it out. He was a bit hesitant and conflicted. Although Xiaoyang was his benefactor, Xiaoyang was also a human. He had to consider both the public and private matters. Little Green Snake was immediately unhappy and shouted, Hey, you old monkey! How can you be like this? My Snake Clan, Cat Clan, Fox Clan, and Fish Clan have all given you. Only you are so stingy. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have saved you. Only then did the leader of the Monkey Clan notice Little Green Snake, and Lee, Elisa, and Millie. He really didn't expect that there were other monster clans here. Being teased by Little Green Snake, the leader of the Monkey Clan was also embarrassed for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. Xiaoyang said, Leader of the Monkey Clan, I don't have any bad intentions. I am only helping the Monster King Vine Monster to send a letter to the country of demons. The leader of the Monkey Clan was relieved and said, If that's the case, I will give it to you. I hope what you said is true. Chapter 1283. He took out the map and handed it to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang accepted it. Next, the monkey chief wanted to ask Xiaoyang to stay so that he could entertain him and repay him for saving them. However, Xiaoyang and the others rejected him. Now that the map had been gathered and the route and direction were clear, Xiaoyang wanted to set off as soon as possible. Elisa said, Since we have already come to the monkey race, I think we should meet the little monkey. Anna, Millie, and Little Green Snake said, Yes, we haven't seen the little monkey in a long time. Xiaoyang thought for a moment. If he didn't remember wrongly, it should be the beautiful monkey that he saved many years ago. Hence, Xiaoyang asked the monkey chief about the beautiful monkey. Elisa also hurriedly said the name of the little monkey. The monkey chief thought for a moment and said, It's like this. The little monkey lives at the foot of the mountain. Because her parents didn't enter the core management circle, she lives at the edge. Hence, Xiaoyang and the others went to look for the little monkey. At the foot of the mountain, they saw the little monkey. The little monkey was gathering fruits with a large group. This was their job. After the little monkey saw Xiaoyang, Elisa, and the others, it immediately squeaked excitedly. Then it walked over and looked at them happily, saying, You guys, why are you guys here? I missed you guys so much. I thought that I would never see you guys again in my life. Elisa, Millie, and Little Green Snake were also very happy. Unfortunately, the little monkey had just left for a while when the big monkey, the leader of the gathering team, immediately shouted, Little monkey, hurry up and work. If you don't finish today, you won't have food to eat. This made the little monkey immediately feel awkward. Its expression also revealed hesitation and hesitation. Xiao Yang's expression instantly turned cold and ugly. His sharp gaze directly landed on the monkey chief and elder monkey. The monkey chief and elder monkey immediately felt great pressure, not to mention that Xiaoyang was their benefactor. Just Xiaoyang's powerful cultivation and strength was enough to sweep through their entire race. They had personally witnessed Xiaoyang's terrifying battle prowess. Therefore, the monkey chief immediately said, "Little monkey, you don't have to work in the gathering team anymore. Acknowledge me as your godfather and my godson. Focus on your cultivation in the future." Little monkey was shocked. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He immediately understood that Xiaoyang was helping her. She was very touched. However, she didn't agree immediately and said, "I have to ask my parents first." The little monkey's parents were also working in the gathering team. When they heard the commotion, they walked over to prevent the little monkey from being punished. After seeing the monkey patriarch and elder monkey, he immediately bowed to them. The monkey chief immediately told them about the matter of taking the little monkey as his godson. Their eyes lit up and their expressions were pleasantly surprised. "We agree." Then they advised the little monkey, "Little monkey, hurry up and learn from your foster father." One had to know that without the support of a noble, they would be doing these cheap jobs for the rest of their lives. If the little monkey acknowledged the monkey patriarch as his foster father, his status would immediately be elevated. This was something that many monkey demons could only dream of. After seeing his parents agree, the little monkey agreed. Then, Xiaoyang gave a Dharma treasure to the little monkey. That Dharma treasure was obtained from the demon master's residence. It was called the Jingu Bang. Then he let the little monkey drip blood to make it recognize him as its master. This way, no one else would be able to snatch it away. Moreover, the Jingu Bang had a spirit and could protect itself. In addition, its level was not high enough. Even if it encountered a 9th-stage enemy like Wu Zun, it could still hold its own. The little monkey and his parents were extremely grateful. The monkey patriarch, elder monkey, and the other monkey demons were extremely envious. The Jingu Bang was a quasi-heaven-level Dharma treasure. Even they were envious when they saw it. The little monkey was also very excited as he held the Jingu Bang. He was so grateful that he shed tears of gratitude. Then he proudly played with the Jingu Bang. The Jingu Bang could automatically guide his cultivation and use, allowing him to use it smoothly and greatly improve his cultivation. After bidding farewell to the little monkey, Xiaoyang and the others continued on their journey. The little monkey reluctantly watched them leave. In fact, she also wanted to follow them, but the monkey tribe did not allow it. However, she believed that there would definitely be a chance to meet them again in the future. Therefore, she secretly warned herself to cultivate well and surprise them in the future. Because of this, after having expectations in her heart, she became more energetic. This time, it was the little green snake who drove the flying ship. After experiencing several exciting roller coasters, she no longer sought excitement when driving the flying ship. She drove it at a steady speed. This made Elisa and Lee, Millie, and the others heave a sigh of relief. After flying for a long time and with the guidance of a complete map, they successfully arrived at the boundary of the demon country. The demon country was a dynasty. There were many great demons and demon kings. There were demons from various tribes. It could be said that this was the central city of the demon domain. Xiaoyang and the others landed the flying ship and walked to the gate of the city. There were demons standing guard at the gate. After seeing Xiaoyang and the others, they immediately stopped Xiaoyang and the others and asked them to show their pass. However, they did not have the pass and could only be refused entry. After Xiaoyang retreated a little further, he directly released his astonishing divine sense. His divine sense instantly spread throughout the entire city. He was quickly searching for the Vine Demon clan. This large city was set up with layers of restrictions that could isolate most people's divine sense. If a great demon released their divine sense to check other people's privacy, then it would be blocked by most of the array formations and restrictions. However, array formations and restrictions were not omnipotent. There would always be loopholes. Xiaoyang easily saw through these loopholes and quickly collected the information inside. He quickly locked onto the location of the Vine Demon Clan and even saw many of the Vine Demon Clan's demons. He immediately transmitted his divine sense and said, "Vine demons, your demon king asked me to send you a message. I will wait for you at the city gate. Come quickly." Xiaoyang's transmission could be heard by most of the Vine demons. Many of the Vine demons were stunned and somewhat in disbelief. Then they hurriedly came back to their senses and immediately reported this matter to the Vine Demon Clan leader. The Vine Demon Clan leader personally set out and headed towards the city gate. Ever since the Vine Demon King left the demon country, their days had been very difficult. They were suppressed by several other large tribes. Now they could only maintain a few small places to maintain food and clothing. As for the development of the tribe, it had stagnated. If this situation was not changed, then their tribe would be gradually nibbled away. This was a very terrifying matter unless they were willing to leave the demon country and go to a barren land to develop, like the Cat Clan and the Fox Clan. Even so, they could be attacked and harassed by other tribes at any time. It was extremely annoying.